Oh no, Dove ain't on here. He was. I hope he ain't.
Yeah, Dub was on
I hope he.
earlier.
I hope he ain't jump off.
Yeah, he might have just had to fall off.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
he was on for a minute when he was trying to come in and say something. That's when that sound changed up.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, I wanted to.
He might come back in.
I wanted to share some music with y'all. I had some new music that we put together. What you say, baby? Oh, okay. Wait a minute. All right. Oh. My wife, man, she about to go gratitude. Okay, look. Okay, well, I wanted to go back to Isaiah chapter 7, man. Go back into it. Isaiah chapter 7. I'm going to start from the top again. And it came to pass in the days of Ahaz, the son of Jotham, the son of Uzziah, king of Judah, that Rezin, the king of Syria, and Pekah, the son of Remaliah, king of Israel, went up towards Jerusalem to war against it. So understand what's going on. So we have Israelites. No, that's not that. We have Israelites, from the northern kingdom, teaming up, and this is usually what happens. Israelites, just like what we talk about earlier, the Bill Cosby, the Jesse Jackasses of the world, understand that they get paid the big money to come in to sell their people out. Really, that's what Malcolm was trying to tell you. The Dick Gregory's of the world, they sell their peoples out for money, man. You understand? So what it's talking about is that the northern kingdom king was Pekah, the son of Remaliah. No, Remaliah was the king of Israel. Oh, wait a minute. You say Pekah, the son of Remaliah, king of Israel. Yeah, Pekah was the king of Israel. He's the son of Remaliah, okay, who's a northern kingdom Israelite. And obviously, Remaliah, if we look back into his lineage, he is from the tribe of Ephraim. Thus, you are what your father is, right? Because we know that Ephraim is the kingship tribe of the northern kingdom, from the tribe of Ephraim. Okay? Went up towards Jerusalem. Jerusalem is here. It's the southern kingdom. So what is this saying? It's saying that the northern kingdom teamed up with Syria to come against their southern kingdom brothers, man. They selling out. Okay? Now let's see what the Lord does. And went up towards Jerusalem to war against it, but could not prevail against it. And it was told the house of David, meaning the southern kingdom, saying, Syria is confederate with Ephraim. And his heart was moved in the heart of his people as the trees of the wood and move with the wind. Then said the Lord unto Isaiah, go forth now to meet Ahaz. Ahaz was the prophet at that time. Okay. No. Ahaz was the king at that time. Okay. Ahaz, son of Jotham, the son of Uzziah, king of Judah. Okay. So Ahaz was the king of Judah. Jotham was his father. Uzziah was Jotham's father. And they just really showing you that lineage from the tribe of Judah that Uzziah earned or came in to reign and hold the throne. All right. Then said the Lord unto Isaiah, go forth now to meet Ahaz. So the Most High sent the prophet Isaiah to Ahaz to meet Ahaz. And Sherabshah, thy son, at the end of the conduit of the upper pool in the highway of the fuller's field. And say unto him, take heed and be quiet, fear not, neither be faint-hearted, for these two firebrands, meaning these two kings, Rezin and Remaliah, Rezin and Pekah. Okay. And said unto them, take heed and be quiet, fear not, neither be faint-hearted, for these two tails of these smoking firebrands, for the fierce anger of Rezin with Syria, Rezin king of Syria, and of the son of Remaliah, because Syria, Ephraim, and the son of Remaliah have taken evil counsel against thee, saying, let us go up against Judah and vex it, and let us make a breach therein for us, and set a king in the midst of it, even the son of Tabiel. Thus saith the Lord God, it shall not stand, neither shall it come to pass. For the head of Syria is Damascus, and the head of Damascus is Rezin. And within 65 years, meaning 65 years, shall Ephraim be broken, that it be not a people. So you trying to, and this is where the Christianity is just smeared everywhere you walk and turn, man. When it's talking about that he took it, that he turned away from his people and turned to a people that were not a people, it's talking about the northern kingdom, silly. It's talking about the difference of Christ going to the southern kingdom first and being rejected by the religious leaders. It was many of the Israelites of the southern kingdom, of the tribes of Benjamin, Judah, and Levi, the real Jews who believed on Christ, man. Don't you understand that? Even of the Pharisees and the Sadducees. How do we know that? Because Nicodemus came to Christ by night. Because he feared the religious leaders, the Christian pastors who had all this money and power because they was getting peeled off with money from the Romans. Why do you think Herod the Edomite, who was nothing but a Roman himself, was the king of Jerusalem, man, during the time of Christ? Remember he decapitated John the Baptist? You thought John was a Baptist? I mean, what I'm saying is that this is how foolish Christianity has made you. John wasn't a Baptist. That was his last name, Bozo the Clown. I mean, I'm just saying, it's hard to respect a Christian, because if you say you're a Christian in 2025, I know immediately you don't love God, nor do you study the Bible. See, you have to understand something. You can't love God without knowledge, wisdom, and understanding that he gave you. I'll prove it. I'll prove it. I'll prove it in the same scriptures. Okay? It's in the book of Sirach. Okay? Okay. It's 11 and 19, I think it is. Let's see. (11 and 15). Sirach or Ecclesiasticus. All written by Solomon. Okay. Sirach 11 and 15. Wisdom, knowledge, and understanding of the law. This is what you got to understand, man. You dealing with rebellious people when you're talking about Christians, man. You are rebellious, man. The Lord says you're rebellious. Why are you rebellious? Because you won't hear his laws. You won't even consider his laws, man. I'll show you that too. I'll show you that too. Wisdom, knowledge, and understanding of the law are of the Lord. Love and the way of good works are from him. You don't even know how to love without the Most High. He said love, real love, is from him. Real good works, they're from him. What is real good works? Keeping his laws, statutes, and commandments. You cannot rise above that in the scriptures. There is no instructions of a living a wholesome Christian life. Because I'm looking right now, we saw a whole nation of people vote for a man who is an obvious demon with no problem, no consideration of God or Jesus or nothing. The knowledge of the commandments of the Lord, this is Sirach 19 and 19. The knowledge of the commandments of the Lord is the doctrine of life. And they that do things that please him shall receive the fruit of the tree of immortality, man. The Most High's word can't come back void. It is what it is, man. Knowledge of the commandments of the Lord is the doctrine of life, not Christianity. Christianity is not the doctrine of life. You could tell that because of all of the hell that's in these Christian families. But nobody can tell you that. You know everything and less than highly favored. You already speaking in tongues according to you. Gibberish on top of damn gibberish. But get what? Can't nobody tell you that because you sang it already. Sirach 19 and 20. The fear of the Lord is all wisdom. And in all wisdom is the what? Performance of the law. And the knowledge of his what? Omnipotence. Remember I said earlier that Satan is not omnipotent like the Most High, meaning that the Most High is everywhere at all time. So no, you're not sneaking when you're looking at your little porn, buddy. No, you're not. Kurt Franklin, when you're messing with your son, buddy. That's according to your son now. Okay. Sirach, chapter 21, verse 13. The knowledge of a wise man shall abound like a flood, and his counsel is like a pure fountain of water. As is a house that is destroyed, so is wisdom to a fool. Did Doug come back? Yeah, that go, bruh. What up, bruh? Can you read, bruh?
Yeah, I can read. Just give me like 3 minutes.
Okay, no worries, bruh. Okay. Salute, brother. That's what's up, bruh. Sirach 21 and 13, the knowledge of a wise man shall abound like a flood, and his counsel is like a pure fountain of life. As is a house that is destroyed, so is wisdom to be a fool, and the knowledge of the unwise is as talk without sense. I mean, you know the Most High black. Just the way you just break it down. Absolutely. What? Wait a minute. Minister Shadiah, where you go? Because I want to bring you on. Hey, hold up. Wait a minute. Don't leave, buddy. Come in here and talk about go throw something out. Minister Shadiah, where you at? You still out there? Because you can come on. Come on, man. You don't want to do nothing with these scriptures, man. you want to just cover head, just be heard. I understand, bro. Absolutely, bro. I love to see about you though. Anytime, man. Anytime you want to come back, man, and come on, man. Anybody else really that you wanna, if you wanna come on and really be able to say a few things, man, please do, man. We love dinner. Trust me, at all times, bro. Like it won't be no time.
Oh no!
Yeah. Yeah, bro. Ran in through it. I mean, you know. They talking about how the Israelites broke the commandments. Yeah, the Israelites broke the commandments, but what was the Christians doing at the time? That's the question. I mean, you say you're a Christian. You say you ain't no Israelite. So tell me, what were the Christians doing when the Israelites was breaking the commandments? Because that is very true. Israelites broke the commandments. The children of God did not obey their God, which caused them to go into captivity. The whole earth, the Most High made the whole earth for their sake. Made the whole world for them, gave dominion over the whole earth. All he said was, keep my laws, statutes, and commandments as the apple of your eye. Teach it to your children and your children's children. Now, my question is, how did Christianity get in there? Because we got to look back at the instruction, and we got to look back at who the instructions was given to and why they were given to them. We can't just talk about the covenant if we don't talk about the framework and the government that came as a prerequisite to the covenant. Don't you understand that the Most High had his laws before he made a covenant with you? And don't you think that his laws pertain to who he made a covenant with only? I mean, surely you don't think it's anything that he didn't think of, do you? Okay, dog. Can you read Romans 11 and 33?
11 and 33. Let me jot that down. All right, here we go. Oh, the depth of the riches, wisdom, and knowledge of God.
I want everybody to understand what the Most High calls riches, man. See, it's a whole lot different than what T.I. called riches and what the Most High called riches. What Jay-Z called riches and what the Most High called riches. Read that again, bro.
Sir, Romans 11 and 33. Depth of riches and knowledge of God, how unsearchable judgments and his ways past finding out.
I mean, I'm just saying, man. I mean, do you understand the paradigm you are in when you don't want to keep the Most High's laws, statutes, and commandments? You got to understand, it's like Google Maps. You understand that? It's the directions to get back to the Lord. If you don't have them directions, you don't have a light. Do you understand that? Do you understand how dark this world is, man? Do you understand that you can't drive with black shoe polish on your windshield? You understand that? If I paint your windshield black, you got about as much chance to get home as Stevie. You understand that? I want you to get what's going on. Without God's laws, you are like Ray Charles trying to solve a jigsaw puzzle. Do you understand that? Do you know what darkness is? Do you get it? Read it again, dog.
Absolutely. 11:33. Oh, the depth of riches, of the wisdom and knowledge of God. How unsearchable are his judgments and his ways past finding out.
How unsearchable are his judgments, meaning, why did he say don't eat pork, shrimp, crab, and lobster? Why did he give the commandment to Moses to give to the Israelites? How did he give a commandment to Moses? Moses had never put on a scuba suit. You think Moses knew what crabs was in the bottom of the ocean? You think he knew what they were? You think that he knew that they were unclean to the Lord? After living for 40 years in Pharaoh's house as Pharaoh's grandson? Have you ever thought that if Moses was a Christian, especially a evangelical Christian that's a mega Republican, how long would he have lasted in the household of Pharaoh as Pharaoh's grandson, man? See, these are basic things that you don't even think about because Christianity is smeared all over your windshield, man. And on the side windows and everything. Y'all remember that when you used to get into them old school car, they had a little window that was in the little window. You remember that? You could roll down the little window. You remember that?
I'm telling you, hey,
I remember the little window, cuz. And I bet you if it was all blacked out from the inside out, I'm talking about flip the tent. You can't drive home, man, even though you know the way home. But you can't see in front of your face. You can't see the street. That's why you need the Most High's laws, man. You are in Babylon the Great, man. You are in the wickedest kingdom in the history of the planet Earth. Do you understand what that means, man? You are a goner if you don't keep the commandment. That's why your leaders sell you out. Because what happens is that when they get up in that room and they done climb, you know, because the line is out the door. It's just like walking up a line and different type of species of black men. Some of them got on dresses. Some of them got on lipstick. Some of them look like Prince. They got the chaps on with the behind cut out, with yellow boots on. And a yellow hat looking like Big Bird. I'm talking about you see all type of species of black men in the line to sell out. So so understand, when the beast come out and he tell you, wait a minute, you can skip the line. Come on up in the line. You think that they don't see you skipping the line? But they ain't gonna say nothing to the beast now. And then they get you back in that room and they say, listen now, you can have all the riches and the fame. You can have the nice houses and the nice cars, but you just gonna have to please me for just a few minutes. It's gonna take a few minutes of your time. And the one that got to skip the line, get what he did? He looked back out, he looked at that long line, and he knew just based on how they were dressing it, acting a fool and looking like just looking like somebody, like you done walked in the room at a party on the Starship Enterprise. I go tell him my age again. Star Trek, they used to have it. You go into they got the little club on the ship. You go in there and the drinks blue, and it's all type of different species from all over the galaxy. And that's what it's like looking at all these different type of black men that's in all kind of madness. And they look back and they say, well, guess what? If I don't do it, if I don't bow down and worship him, I'm being nice. Then the next man right there, he just gonna take my place. Listen, you don't have long to decide, buddy. You need to make up your mind and make up your mind now. Read the next verse, man. First Corinthians.
All right. 1 Corinthians 12 and 8.
Mm-hmm.
One is given by the Spirit the word of wisdom, to another the word of knowledge by the same Spirit.
Man, I'm talking about, man, listen, man. This thing. As a matter of fact, start at verse 1, though. Start at verse 1, though.
1 Corinthians, let's move back. 1 Corinthians 12 and 1.
Are you still on? You can come up. You can come up and say what you said. I want to read your comment. You said, you lied. The entire New Testament is filled with instructions, reproof, and correction. Okay. So that's not actually what I said. I said, what I actually said is that it wasn't full of Christians. Is what I said. So, as proof, I'd like to ask you, can you name one Christian in the New Testament? And take your time. Okay. All right. So while you chew on that, let me get back to the lesson, man. You don't want no smoke, man. You one of them little kids. You one of them little boys. You understand? You just learn how to dribble. Okay. You don't want the smoke. All right. So start at 1 Corinthians, man. Chapter 12, bro. Let's see if we can reveal some of the knowledge, wisdom, and understanding to the wicked. Read on. Yeah, this is first day. This is first day at school. He wore a brand new school clothes. You don't wear your brand new school clothes first day. But go ahead, though.
Yeah, they use it too. All right, so 1 Corinthians 12, read 2 again. No, I'll start from the top. Now, concerning spiritual gifts, brethren, I will not have you ignorant. Know that you were called Gentiles, carried away into these dumb idols.
Okay, so wait a minute. Go back. Let's make sure this is in context, okay? It says, now concerning spiritual gifts, brethren. Remember, it said, by the same Spirit, one is given understanding or wisdom, right? And by that same Spirit, another is given knowledge.
No.
Okay, so now it's saying, now concerning spiritual gifts. So knowledge, wisdom, and understanding is spiritual gifts. Who is Paul talking to? Is he talking to the Christians? Might be. Maybe we've discovered the Christians. No. He says brethren. I don't know no Christians that say brethren. Okay? That's first and foremost. And how we get to the New Testament is through the Old Testament. The Most High, nor the Son of the Most High, nor the Israelites mention a Christian lifestyle. Did the Most High God, the God of Israel, did he name his people Christians? Or where'd you get your jersey from, sir? Yeah, in your uniform. Huh? Where you get your dress code from? What about your meal plan, your dietary law? Where did you get it from? The Christian church? Maybe that's why you have a pork chop sandwich hanging out of your mouth. You got much more serious things to deal with than my comment section, sir. Okay? You're not qualified to teach, little guy. Okay? All right. So start over again, brother.
All right, here we go. At 1 Corinthians 12.
Mm-hmm.
Now, earning spiritual gifts, not have you ignorant. You know that you were called Gentiles, carried away into these dumb idols, even as you were led.
Now, what is he saying? We're in the context. We know that we have Paul, who never met Christ in the flesh. He met Christ in the spirit on the road to Damascus. Wait a minute. Why was he going to Damascus? Does everyone see? Do you even know where Damascus is? It's not in College Park. It's not off Godby Road. Okay. This is Damascus. The kingdom was divided into two separate kingdoms. Which one of them was the Christians? Sometimes they pronounce it neither. Okay.
Right. The black part.
Okay. This is Damascus. Why was Paul on the road to Damascus? Because he was in the northern kingdom. He had gone through the northern kingdom to return Israelites that had forsook the holy covenant and to teach them about Christ. Because they heard about what Christ had done. And at that time, as a matter of fact, when he was on the road to Damascus, he was going to kill Israelites. Okay? Let's be clear. Because Paul was persecuting the church. The church is not the swine-eating Christians. The church is the Israelites. The body of Christ has to have its blood. Bozo. How can the body of Christ be in heathens? Huh? I am the vine, you are the branches. If the root be holy, then so are the branches. The branches that were broken off for unbelief means that they were attached to the tree to begin with. How can you break a heathen off of a covenant that he was never a part of to begin with, silly little guy? Find you somebody to play with. Let's continue.
So, verse 3, where we left off on verse 2.
And please understand, Paul is in Corinth. It is a Roman province, a Roman-controlled province, just like Rome controlled Jerusalem at the time, and the Assyrians controlled the northern kingdom. Okay? Rome was in control of the area called Corinth. And also, they were false called Christians in Antioch. And you never asked once, who are they? Who are they? And what were they called before that? And who called them what they were called before they were called Christians, little boy? Since you got minister in front of your TikTok name, can you tell us that? Who called them what they called them before they were called Christians in Antioch? And where did Antioch get its name from, little guy? You might want to go back to your BLT. Okay.
Is there a way to keep an eye on if the guy's gonna come back and say anything?
He'll make himself present. What are we talking about? Fatality, flawless victory.
Yeah,
I'm just saying. I mean, but I want him to benefit from it. Don't run. Don't come in here and just, throw a stone and run. Come on now. Be more of a man than that, minister. Be more of a man than that. Come on, man.
This is not a fight.
No, come on, man.
Reasoning.
This is called reasoning according to knowledge. But we got to respect the scriptures. And we're getting close to the end. So this is love, man. I got to talk to you aggressively like that because we're running out of time. You got a very limited, listen, right before it's too late, the alarm hopefully will get louder.
If you have ears to hear it, you might not have ears to hear it.
If you have, oh man. If you don't have ears to hear it, then you have to have provisions in place. You understand? But if you still continue, you turn your ear away from hearing the truth, the scripture says that you will remain in the congregation of the what? DEAD. He said, many shall be purified and made white and tried, but the wicked shall do wickedly, and what? None of the wicked shall understand. So when we're talking about these spiritual gifts, you don't get anybody. We're not talking about Santa. We're talking about the Holy One of Israel's gifts. Okay. So while you're getting your momentous Christmas ornaments together out of the attic. Okay. Go over verse 1 again, Doug.
Back to the head, to the beginning.
Yeah.
All right. 1 Corinthians chapter 12, verse 1.
Mm-hmm.
Again. Concerning spiritual gifts, brethren, I would not have you ignorant. You know that you were Gentiles, carried away unto these dumb idols.
Wait a minute. He said you were. I mean, what does it mean to be were a Gentile? I mean, how do you were a Gentile? How is that? How? I mean, I need I need Minister Shaddai. What is his name? Shaddai. Minister Shaddai. Come back and tell us, how is a Gentile a were Gentile? It got to be different, some kind of difference. Because we have Paul talking about concerning the spiritual gifts. He's teaching the Israelite, his brethren, about the spiritual gifts, concerning the spiritual gifts, because he don't want them to be without knowledge. He don't want them to be ignorant. Do you know what ignorant means? It means to not know. And Paul does not want the Israelites that he is sent to teach Christ to not to know.
Be ignorant.
He said, ye know, but what you do know, why you don't know the spiritual gifts. You don't understand the spiritual gifts. Why don't you understand the spiritual gifts? The spiritual gifts are knowledge, wisdom, and understanding that are only from the Lord. There is a prerequisite that you got to go through. But guess what you do know? You know that you were Gentiles. You know that you were carried away unto dumb idols. What does dumb idols mean? It means cannot speak, talk, move, nothing. Just like that cross you got on the front of your building. It can't say nothing. That's what makes a Christian even more of a bozo. Your God has absolutely no power at all. If he did, you would not have them boys in your choir. The pastor wouldn't be messing with the little boys. Do you understand? Do you understand the evil and the wickedness that has come out of the black church? Are you really? Calm down. You're not qualified to teach. Just come in here and learn. You found a good place to learn, brother. All right. Okay. So now, let's understand what a word Gentile is. Because we have to understand that the kingdom at this time, this is the time after Christ was resurrected. That's when Paul started his ministry, started to go around and teach Christ to the southern kingdom Israelites that were originally known as the circumcision, who left the land of Judea and went into Roman provinces like Corinth and Cappadocia and Antioch, which was named after Antiochus Epiphanes, an Edomite king, one of the first Edomite kings of Jerusalem, who descended from the generals set up by Alexander the Great. And I bet you do not know that he is the father of your Christianity. Okay, so sit down. If you don't know the history, you don't know the Bible. That doctrine that you put in my comments came along with a Caucasian male that looks like he smokes weed and works at Waffle House. Have you ever seen him? If you've never seen him, then Google the name you say 50 times a day and see what comes up. You're not qualified to teach, little dude. Period. Okay? I hope you can understand that. I hope that don't stick in your craw. Okay? We are not Christians over here. Okay? All right. So you're going to have to know something. All right. So now let's go back. Let's understand. Were Gentiles carried away unto these dumb idols, even as ye were led? Where were you carried away from? Well, some were carried away from Jerusalem. Some were carried away from the southern kingdom. Some were carried away from the northern kingdom. I need you to understand what's going on. Let's go and let's pull that up. And let's see if we can bring it out. Wait till you get a load of me. Yeah. Okay. This is First Maccabee. You know, I try to get in here and go ahead and lead quick, but man, this thing here is so loaded, man. If you don't understand the captivity, if you don't understand the first captivity of the Israelites, the Greek captivity, if you don't understand that, you are not qualified to teach. Okay. This is not the first captivity of the Israelites. This is actually the last captivity before the New Testament. So the Greeks joined in the Greco-Roman Empire. The Greco-Roman Empire then became only the Roman Empire. They're the same people. They are the Edomites, the fourth and final beast. So when you're reading your Bible, Minister Shaddai, I want you to ask yourself, who are you, the Romans or the Israelites, sir? You got to be somebody, because ain't no Christians nowhere. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Now, let's go to verse 7. Start at verse 7, Doug. Tell them where you're at.
Right? We in the Maccabees, that's in the Apocrypha. And this is Maccabees 1 and 7. And you say you don't want me to go through, but you just explained 1 through 6, okay?
Well, so, kind of. Well, you know what? Yeah. Start at, go ahead and start at 1, dog. And I promise I'll be good.
It's all right. First Maccabees 1 and 1. And it happened after that Alexander, son of Philip, Macedonian, came out of the land of Chittim, had smitten Darius, king of the Persians and Medes, that he reigned in his stead, the first over Greece, made many wars, won many strongholds, and slew the kings of the earth, and went through to the ends of the earth and took spoils of many nations, insomuch that the earth was quiet before him. Whereupon he was exalted, and his heart was lifted up, and he gathered a mighty strongholds and ruled over countries and nations, and kings became tributaries unto him. Okay, so
all it's telling you is that Alexander the Great was the son of Philip the Macedonian. As a nationality, the nation, he was an Edomite. The Macedonians descend from Esau's son Amalek. Okay? They know that. You just don't. Because you're too busy being a Christian. You too busy in working, wondering how big your hat gonna be and where you gonna park. And how you gonna get in the sanctuary, you know you late through the damn book line. You see what kind of madness, or should I go get my tithe out of the ATM that's in the lobby? That's how foolish you are. Okay? Okay, got the audacity to put a comment in my comment section. You better know where you at. you better know where you at. This ain't just your regular TikTok channel. All right. So listen. So this is giving you the history. Okay. Alexander the Great came against the sons of Japheth's son, which was the son of Noah. Only 8 souls lived through the flood. Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Okay. You go to Genesis, the 10th chapter, that'll explain it to you. Kittim is a descendant of Japheth, which was the son of Noah. Okay. So the original Greeks were the sons of Noah, all right, who inhabited that land over there. That's why you see, when you see Greek, ancient Greek archaeology, and you see their artifacts, you'll see black people painted on the outside of their artifacts and engraved in their artwork, their pottery, so on and so forth. Because the original inhabitants of that land were not white people. You can't get the dominant from the recessive. You can't do that. Do you understand that? Do you know that you can only get the recessive from the dominant? I don't even think you get that. But the whole earth could not come from the recessive gene that can't stand in the sun, is what I'm trying to say. The sun is trying to unalive you every time you get in it. So that should tell you, that should cue you about something. All right. So Alexander the Great, you'll notice it'll say that he became the first to rule over Greece. That's to take the rulership. He had come from Darius, king of the Persians and the Mede. Darius had rulership over ancient Greece at that time, as well as the ancient Greeks were still there as well. But there was still one battle to have, and it is the Battle of Lumia, or what's called the Lamian War, or the Hellenic War. This is what it means when it says there's no difference between Jews and Greeks, meaning being in a Greek mentality. Don't you know we have Greek fraternities and organizations? Do you think that a Q is not an Israelite because he's a Q? You see the foolishness that we have to put up with when we're dealing with our people when it comes to this Bible. Why? Because they have Christianity smeared everywhere. And just because their grandmama taught them or their mama taught them, they don't want to hear the truth. Listen to me. That's why Christ told you, if you hate not mother and father for my name's sake, then you have no part in me. You're not worthy of the kingdom. What is he telling you? You think he's telling you to hate your mother and your father? Silly. You can believe that the Most High Christ is telling you to hate your mother and your father, but he's telling you to love the people that's destroying you. That's making an incision in a pregnant woman's womb and letting the baby drop out and stomping it with the heel of his boot. He's telling you to love. You see how ridiculous Christianity is? I often compare it to coming to a restaurant. This is what a Christian, this is the equivalent of a Christian. I just want a minister should die. This is what you will do. Okay, I'm going to show you the difference between the Christian church, the black Christian church, and the Israelites. I'm going to show you a big difference. We all go and have dinner one night. Now, we make our order and we sitting there, we chatting and talking or whatever. And then all of a sudden, all the food come out. And they just putting the plates on and everything. And I just noticed there's a turd on the side of my plate. Then I see the other plate get put down and I see it's a turd on the side of everybody's plate that's all around the table. And I immediately see Minister Shaddai say, hey, wait a minute. It's a turd on my plate. Take this plate back to the black and take this turd off and bring me my food. You see, that's what a Christian is. You see that? The turd on a Christian plate is white Jesus. They told you that white Jesus is the Most High, the Son of the Most High. Every prophet, every king of Israel, every disciple, every apostle, and every Israelite. But you got the audacity to tell me, you got the caucasity, because you really just mimicking your slave master when you run your mouth to me. You just can't expect these young black men to be standing up in righteousness and repenting of their wicked ways and being born again and keeping the Most High's laws, statutes, and commandments and actually studying the Bible and not jumping around acting feminine, effeminate, and being a power bottom. You are not qualified to teach, little boy. You're not qualified. Do not come into my comment section and put an exclamation point in it. All right. Second, go on, bro. Read on, brother.
No problem. So wait a minute. So the turd ain't garnish. It's
It might be. It's according to where we at. Get what? I'm out of this place. Me and the Israelite, we gone. We don't know what y'all got going on. Because the conversation is over.
Right. What we sitting here discussing it?
Well, I mean, what? Man, we gone.
Oh no. Put this back and bring my food for real? Okay. Come on. Thanks, Minister.
That's what Christianity means. And that's what you saying you a Christian in 2025 means. I know you don't love the Most High. I know you hate Christ. I know you don't understand the history. I know you don't understand what your nationality is. I know that. I know that you don't understand that Christ had an earthly father by the name of Joseph. I know that you don't know that. I know that. I know that you reject God's laws, statutes, and commandments. I know that you think that you saved already and you do not have to overcome. I know that. I know you don't know who your enemy is. I know you don't know who is destroying you and your people and your children and your children's children. I know you don't know who's stealing from you every single day, who's poisoning your food, poisoning the rivers, poisoning the air, the water, everything that they could possibly poison and destroy you. I know you don't know who that is because they're your Christian brothers. I know you don't know. That's how silly you are. Okay? I know you don't know that you cannot hide your sin. I know that you don't know that the truth is undefeated, little boy. I know that you don't know that, but you gonna learn. I promise you that. Because fire don't just burn those that believe it's hot. I promise you that. I promise you that. So your little doctrine, it is not fireproof. I want to let you know that right now. The Most High divided for 7 days of creation. The very first thing Christ is going to do when he sits on the throne is divide, separate his sheep from the goats. There's no such thing as a spiritual sheep. Silly. Find you somebody to play with. Okay, so now, understand that Alexander the Great, the only reason why he was great, and he only reigned for 12 years, and he died of syphilis. So that you can understand, syphilis was a venereal disease that came from the animal brothels of Europe. Now you understand why they injected black men, probably Christians, with the virus and did not treat them because they had to find a cure for the Europeans coming over who had the disease. You know, they came over and they were Christians too. You look up the Homestead Act, little boy. Okay? Look up the Homestead Act. Look at how they gave millions in farm subsidies. Gave them the machines, gave them the land, showed them how to farm. Spent millions and billions of dollars because they needed the numbers. They needed the numbers. They were just getting used to bathing regularly. Here you talking about up in here. You don't understand what's going on, man. Don't come up here with that cake pie madness up in here, man. You understand that? Don't do that. You're smelling like chitlins. Don't do it. Read on, man.
Okay. I think we stopped at verse 4.
Mm-hmm.
I'll read it again. So we back on track. We in First Maccabees in the Apocrypha. 1:3. Went through to the ends of the earth and took spoils of many nations. so much that the earth was quiet before him. And he was exalted, and his heart was lifted up. Gathered a mighty strong host and ruled over countries and nations, and kings became tributaries unto him.
Mm-hmm.
After these things, he fell sick and perceived that he should die. Called his servants honorable and brought up with him from his youth.
Now understand, look at who he picked now. Honorable men to him. The ones that came up with him. The ones that snuck to the animal brothels with him too. He died of syphilis. He was also a sodomite. You can take a look on Netflix. It's a story about him. But you wouldn't know what was going on. You see the 322, you don't have a clue. See, now you get a chance to understand what the 322 mean right here. BC. That's not a powder. Okay. That's the face of the beast. The fourth and final beast, the one that is diverse from all the beasts before it. He will not regard the old or the young. He will show no mercy. The only nation in the history of the planet to drop a nuclear bomb on human beings who are now slaughtering babies, pregnant women, shooting them as they come to get aid. And you want to talk to me about Christianity? Are you for real? Woo! Wait a minute. Now I just saw Jamal Bryant preaching at a church that has a first gentleman. You talk about Christianity? Hey, didn't Trump say he's a Christian? They asked Trump, well, what verse he like in the Bible? You know, you like the New Testament or the Old Testament? Well, I like the whole book. It's one of my, it's my best book. And then comes Art of the Deal. Are you for real? Christian? This nation says it's a Christian nation. Are you for real? Christianity? Are you really? 2020. Wait a minute. Can somebody check the date on their phone? This ain't. I didn't know. We still got Christians. Christians making comments in my comment section. Boy, I tell you. I mean, it's unbelievable.
What you got? First wood.
Sold to do mischief, forsaking the holy covenant. Understand that 322 is the face of the beast. It started with Alexander the Great. When you go to Daniel the 7th chapter and you see the leopard, so you wouldn't understand, you wouldn't be able to break that down. You too busy full of swine. You can't get it full of swine, shrimp, crab, and lobsters. You understand that? You won't keep the Most High's laws. He don't give you knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. I just showed you what knowledge, wisdom, and understanding is from the Lord. Love and the way of good works are from him. You see, you don't get that. Sold to do mischief, forsaking the holy covenant. Talking about you Israelites that's cool, you unlearned Israelites that's cool calling yourself Christian, and the Most High never named you Christians. He never gave you a Christian. He never gave you the instruction to live a quality Christian life. You Christians ought to have a bad back the way you pick up God and put him down. Hell is you talking about? Hell is you talking about? You the worst example of what God is. And what his word says in the earth ever in the earth. The only nation on the planet Earth that has gone and colonized another nation. Destroying that nation. Taking them out of their land. You want to talk about a Christianity? It's 33,000 denominations of that foolishness, man. It's 2025 and you telling your babies to be Christians? Stop it. Stop it. That's just like if I just come to your house and you still got that big, you remember that big cell phone they used to have with the big antenna? You remember that? It used to come in a bag. Hell is you doing? Talking about you looking for a payphone. You got your quarter. That's what you saying. That's what it's like to be talking about you a Christian. You are mentally disturbed, is what you is. I want you to find me a Christian in the Bible. Then we can talk about Christianity. What is the word? What is the definition? See, you don't need nothing from the book. You don't need nothing from the book. Why? Because you saved already. You can do whatever, you can do whatever the hell you want to do, long as you pay some money. You playing. You got the right one? Okay. All right. So that's what that 322 is. That's why the Skull and Bones uses 322. Because 322 is the date of the last battle, the Battle of Lumia, that Hellenic War. This is after Alexander the Great had died. This is before Antiochus had become the king. Okay? But they went back and they took over the last stronghold in central Athens, Greece. Okay? The reason why they had to wait to last for that is because it was covered by 3 parts water. It's only one way in and one way out. It was the last stronghold of the original sons of Japheth. Javin's son, Kittim. That's what that Chettiim is. It's actually Kittim, K, spelled with a K, in the regular King James. This is in the Old English spelling. But why wouldn't the swine eater know that? Because the Most High is not working with you clowns, bruh. Not at all. All right. Okay. And now understand that the Most High, the first ones to go out is the fishers. So I'm a fisher. But understand, when he called for the hunters, I'm stepping up too. You better get in order. Because I'm going to do what I'm told to do. Okay? All right. So read it again, brother.
Okay. From the top.
Yep.
Pick up. All right. So this is First Maccabees and before chapter 1. And it happened after that on the 5th. Came out of the land of Chittim, had smitten King Darius of the Persians and Medes, that reigned in his stead. Greece made many wars, and won many strongholds, and slew the kings of the earth, and went through to the ends of the earth, and took spoils of many nations, insomuch that the earth was quiet before him, whereupon he was exalted, and his heart was lifted up. Gathered a mighty strongholds and ruled over countries and nations and kings, became tributaries unto him. And after these things fell sick, and perceived that he should die. He called his servants, such as were honorable, and had been brought up with him from his youth. And he parted his kingdom among them while he was yet alive. So Alexander reigned 12 years, then died. And after his servants bear rule everyone in his place.
Mm-hmm.
And after his death, they all put crowns upon themselves. So did their sons after many years.
Okay, listen. This is very important. I want to make sure that I highlight this part. Okay. Look at what happens. He exalts his friends, the people that he grew up with. Okay. They had taken over the entire East, Europe, Jerusalem, areas of Africa, Egypt, so on and so forth, man. They had taken over all of that land. And they put crowns upon themselves and crowns on the heads of their sons, and their sons put crowns on the head of their sons after them. They became the dukes of the earth. The dukes is the highest ranking. It's not king, it's duke. When it comes to the British royalty or the European royalty, it's the dukes. Why are they dukes? Because the sons of Esau were known as dukes. So now you know what put up your dukes means for the Fighting Irish and what Duke Blue Devils mean. Maybe you do. I don't know. You can't put two damn cakes together. Read on.
Wow. Hey, before we go any further, I just noticed this, and we read this so much. He said he only reigned 12 years.
He only reigned 12 years. Yep. And he was actually very, very young when he started because he had his father's fully intact army. His father was assassinated by one of the generals that was a part of his army, right? Come to find out. But it come to find out that Alexander had something to do with it. You know what I'm saying? They wicked as all hell. Yeah, man. So, because he wanted to be king. Right? And so he became king. I think he was like 16 or 17 when he became king. But Philip had already had a fully intact army. He had already been going to war against Darius as well as against the ancient Greeks in Kittim. So it was always their desire. They wanted to take them over because, first of all, they was black. Secondly, they wanted to take them over because they had to grow up. Macedonia was a province of under the control of the Greeks, of the ancient Greeks. They were one of the top nations. So they had to grow up. That's why Alexander the Great did not spread Macedonian culture. He spread Hellenic culture. It didn't say that there's no difference between the Jew and the Macedonian. It said the Jew and the Greek because that was the culture. It did not mean nationality. Jew does not mean nationality. It means from the tribe of Judah. If you're talking about it in a sense of the landmass, it's talking about the southern kingdom tribes. You can be from the tribe of Benjamin and be a Jew, the tribe of Levi and be a Jew, or the tribe of Judah and be a Jew. Being a Jew just means you're under the southern kingdom kingship tribe, which is the tribe of Judah. It doesn't have anything to do with your nationality, your true nationality, except for one tribe. Now, Jacob's fourth son was named Judah. And that's where the descendants got the name from. Do you understand where I'm coming from? It's a difference between the two things, man, so that you can understand. So people saying that they are Jew, and they don't even tell you that they first of all, it was no J in Hebrew. That's the first thing, okay? But that's not even my point. But they tell you they're Israeli. Don't you understand what a lie is? Don't you know what a 4th of July mean? Okay, just forget it. Read.
Okay. Yeah. Let's forget about that for now. All right, chapter 9. And after his death, they all put crowns upon themselves, so that their sons, after many years, and evils were multiplied in the earth.
And evils were multiplied in the earth. And evils were multiplied in the earth. Evils were multiplied in the earth. You see this? Do you understand that the black pastor was the first down low, brother? Do you understand that? Do you know what that means? Do you see him bowing? See, this is your first P. Diddy's. This is your first actors. Your first singers and musicians. Do you understand where I'm going with this? See, this is the fundamentals that you don't want to deal with in that black Christian church. Because why? It'll stop your money. You see, I could just show you this. Let's go to this one article that I always want to make sure every Christian get the opportunity to say and to get the knowledge, because I would not have you ignorant, brethren.
Right. That's right.
Okay. The black church. Let me see. Yeah, there we go.
Different over
You better recognize where you at. I'm telling you now. We do not play. We do not play over here. Hold on.
We go by scripture and scripture only.
Period. Not by what no man told us. That's ridiculous. I mean, you should be embarrassed. Let me see. Yeah, okay. You should be embarrassed to say you're a Christian. And once you come into the knowledge of who you really are, you will be embarrassed because I was embarrassed. Period.
And I was
Straight up embarrassed.
But you learned long time ago, nephew.
Yeah, I did. But
okay?
I did. But still,
I understand what you're saying by being in those type of environments.
Yeah.
In those type of
You still thinking that you still, you know that. I mean, yeah, we learn at a young age, but you don't know the difference.
But until you're reading the scriptures and understanding who you truly are, then you have no reason to deny that you are an Israelite.
Period. And why would you want to deny a name that the Most High gave you and take on a name that a demon gave you? Period.
Tries the pushback you get.
You see what I'm saying? The ignorance is ridiculous, man. But it's the same thing. You try to teach black people about anything. That's for their good. They got a problem with it. They hard-headed, arrogant, stiff-necked, rebellious. They hate all the truth now unless they can make money. Okay? So now, let me, I'm gonna make sure I get close so you can see good. Can everybody see that? Can all the Christians see it? Okay? The black church is the fastest way for black dollars to return to white hands. It's no way in the world you can hide $800 billion in a 10-year period of time amongst black people, man. And don't you dare say that it ain't exclusively from black people. Martin Luther King told you Sunday is the most segregated day of the week. Has that changed? Hell no, it ain't changed. But you want to sit up here talking about you some Christian. You gonna learn today. Black churches have collected $800 billion in 10 years. Where is the candy lady at for black people? Where is the black town? What about a hospital? What about a farm? You mean to tell me that all the black church can do is to produce another damn black church and change the name and put an effeminate pastor in the front? One that wants to teach about tithe for 30 years and come out and say, oh, well, everything, throw away every book, every tape, every teaching that I ever did on tithes. I had not been acquainted with the spirit of grace. In other words, he's telling your silly, ridiculous behind. The only reason he could tell you that because you're dumb and stupid. That's why he can tell you that. He's telling you that I hadn't been acquainted with the spirit of grace. He's telling you that I didn't know it was in the Old Testament. For 30 years, man, if you don't get out my face. But guess what they did? That pastor Dollar preached on paint off the wall. See how ridiculous you've become? That's what you take instead of keeping God's laws. That's what you want. And still giving them money. And I don't even want to talk about what Tasha K brought out on YouTube about him. I don't even want to discuss that. It's too vile. Talking about you a Christian. They Christians too. You see them? They Christians. Do you know the destruction you got to put in these people for them to know who the beast is and to change them to love them? Are you out of your mind? That's why you can't build anything since slave times. Every single black organization, every black school, every black anything was built by white people. Even your beloved Jesus. Get out of my face. Find you someone to play with. I'm not him. Just so we're clear.
So, brother, the article you put up.
Yes.
You just wanted to show that that's a little bit of context and evidence.
Yeah, I ain't write it. You see that? This Alan Brown.
Alan Brown said it, 10 years. So that's wow. So he went back to 2009.
Yeah. And then what else happened in 2009? You can recall, and I'm talking about a world-changing event that happened in 2009 while you was putting 800 billion in the black church. Bitcoin was introduced in 2009. Silly Bobo. And they were selling them for 1,000 Bitcoin for 3 cents.
Bitcoin hit an all-time high. Like
now, what if we'd have put 800 billion in Bitcoin? You see what I'm talking about? You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
If you want to hide anything from a black man, put it in a book. If the white man wrote the Bible, why wouldn't he teach you how to read it? I mean, what did he write it for? Tissue paper? I mean, you so, and that's what I'm saying. If you're not a Christian, then you something else. You're a Pan-African or Egyptologist, all other kind of madness. Talking about African there, African there. Where are you from in Africa, man? Where you from? Africans don't come over here and say they Africans. They say they from Nigeria, Ethiopia. They tell you where they from. Eritrean. That's what Nipsey said. I'm Eritrean. And you think Obama was the first black president? I mean, it just, they can tell you anything. You'll believe anything because you don't have no laws. You don't have no connection to the spirit of the truth. You think you saved already. You are ridiculous, man. The scripture said that his people will be like dead bodies in the streets of that great city, which is spiritually called Sodom and Egypt. Christian church, break it down. Where is Sodom and Egypt at? The only reason why you got that church is that white man that funded it for you and gave you that loan. You remember Backstage? You don't remember Backstage? You know the connection from when you went to that all-white seminary school and the connection of the pastor that you sat under? Remember? You remember Kenneth Copeland, Creplo Dollar? Creepio Dollar? You remember him? You remember Kenneth Copeland, who was a former pilot? You remember that? You remember sitting under him? Huh? To sell your people out? You see, this is a listen, this is a warning. You are walking blindly into listen, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. The wrath of the Most High is unimaginable heat and pressure, man. Do you understand that? Job called the Most High the King of Terrors, man. You don't want to be in front of all that glory talking about no damn Christianity, man. Are you serious? Stop teaching your babies that foolishness. Man, you don't understand what you're dealing with out here, man. You don't understand. It is a price to pay for rejecting the spirit of the truth. Do you understand what I'm trying to tell you, man? I can only warn you. I am nothing. I'm nothing. I am pointing to verses in the Bible that was written thousands of years before me, bro. That's what I'm trying to tell you. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Do not comment one word in my comment section. You are not qualified to teach. You're not qualified. If you don't know the history, you don't know the Bible. You don't know. You don't know. You are ignorant. You love the beast. Period. Okay. All right. So now let's go back. Let's see. All right. Let's go back, man. The black church is done. You have done nothing for black people. You are hirelings. You run when the wolf comes. When Sonya Massey got shot in the face, where was T.D. Jakes at? A Diddy party? You bringing the ice and the baby oil? Sit down. Leave. Listen, I can only warn you. Lay your life down. Be born again. Start from scratch. Start from the milk of the scriptures. Be retaught. You can't do this on your own. Be retaught. Sit down, shut your mouth, and be retaught. If you don't, your ass is grass. I want you to hear what I'm saying because I'm beyond serious. And I'm beyond sick of dealing with rebellious and stiff-necked Israelites. I understand Moses. No, I understand every prophet. I understand every apostle, every disciple. I understand Ezra when he said, Lord, who can be saved? Who can be saved? Is it not better that a man had not ever been born? Man, you playing out here. You setting your children up for the same failure that you had. You setting your children up for it. You got your daughter going out here wearing whatever she want to wear. You got your son walking around in his sister high heel shoes and all. Madness. You have no order in your home. You're not men. The black Christian pastor was the first down low brother. I'm about to read to you what the Israelites did in Jerusalem, let alone being in trauma of actual chattel slavery, and how black men sold you out. And you go back to the late 1890s up until the early 1900s, and almost every successful black man was a pastor or a reverend or a bishop or a deacon or something. All of them in the Greek letter organizations. Don't you see that? Why do you think that is? Because they want special permission to live a different life from the regular Negroes. Don't you understand that? Do you think that your life and joy in life the same? Don't you know he had a price to pay? Look at Magic Johnson's son, man. What you talking about? I mean, I'm look at Dwayne Wade's son. Don't you understand that your Christian former First Lady, Michelle Obama, interviewed a 13-year-old baby live on social media because he wants to be a woman at 13 and called him a role model? What roles is he modeling? But you want to tell me about a Christian up in here? You can't be for real. But I know you are. Because you already saved. Read on, Doug.
Alrighty. Okay. So let's go to 9. This is First Maccabees and Empire, chapter 1, and we down to verse 9. Talking about Alexander the Great. And after his death, they all put crowns upon themselves, so that their sons after them many years, and evils were multiplied in the earth. Mm-hmm. And there came out of them a wicked root, Antiochus, surname Epiphanes, son of Antiochus the king, who had been in hostage at Rome, and he reigned in the 130th and 7th year of the kingdom of the Greeks.
Okay, so now you got the connection between the Greeks and the Romans. So now you understand that after this time, it became the Greco-Roman Empire. Because you got to understand that the Edomites of Rome respected the Edomites of the Greeks, or who had become, they had took on. Listen, Caucasians can't clap on beat. You do nothing original. Nothing have you ever brought the earth came from the earth. It's never came from you. You don't do nothing original. Nothing. That's what identifies you as the children of the beast anyway. It's because the only thing you can do is pervert and destroy. No nation has more bases in other people's countries all over the world than the United States. The United States is the only nation who has ever used a nuclear bomb. The United States just did a military strike on Iran so that Iran could not have a nuclear bomb, and the Christians applauded. But wait a minute, why you ain't saying nothing about Israel getting a nuclear bomb? They been had it. And why they got to use American bonds to do it? Plus the $3.75 billion that you give them a year. But guess what? That ain't no big deal, though. That ain't no big deal. That's nothing. That's nothing because you saved already. Remember? And your pastor said, remember? Okay. Y'all just glad you can eat pork, shrimp, crab, and lobster without any condemnation. Got your babies 6, 7 years old twerking on TikTok. But you saved already. Sanctified, full of the Holy Ghost. Laughing at an abomination called Tyler Perry. Dressed in a woman's garment. Defaming the most sick. Bro, come on, man. Come on, man. Why'd you sell out? Because your leadership sold you out. That's why he said you were led away unto these dumb idols. You were led away. What is he talking about? Led away from where? From with the Lord. From being a nation. For maintaining and occupying the land by keeping the Most High's laws, statutes, and commandment. You don't understand what's about to happen, man. You don't understand. Kanye just said the other day, he said, if you've ever sold any drugs, you sold to the feds. It's all a game. I mean, you thinking you out here, you getting ahead, but you selling to your own. Do you see it? Do you really think Noriega was able to sell drugs to America and America don't make no money? I just say they'll tell you anything, man. Anything. Who you think was under them hoods, man? Them was your doctors and your lawyers and your politicians of that time. Why did they have a hood? Because they need to maintain their riches. They need to lose it all because they had a picnic with your uncle. They knew you was the Israelites. That's why they burned a cross in your yard. Did you know that that was the murder weapon of Christ? But no, you saved. You got it around your neck. I wonder why you don't never have no flames on it, though. I mean, you know, at least LED. Go ahead, do it.
Flames on it. That's funny, y'all. All right. We left off at verse 10. We read 10. I'll reread it so you can pick up. It says, and there came out of them a wicked root, Antiochus, surnamed Epiphanes, son of Antiochus the king, been a hostage at Rome, and he reigned in the 137th year of the kingdom of the Greeks. Mm-hmm. In those days went there out of Israel wicked men. Mm-hmm.
Wait a minute. In those days went there out of Israel wicked men. Now look at what the first attribute mentioned about wicked men. Watch what they do now. This is wicked Israelites from either Benjamin, Judah, and Levi. Okay, after Antiochus took over that area, right? You got wicked Israelites. Listen. You got wicked Israelites. Watch what's the first thing they do. Read.
Okay. Verse 11. In those days went there out of Israel wicked men, persuaded many, saying, let us go and make a covenant with the heathen that are round about us. Since we departed from them, we've had much sorrow.
Is there any greater covenant with the heathen than Christianity?
Mic dropper, y'all.
There is none. The wicked men who persuaded many. What do you think the greatest attribute of a LeBron James and a P. Diddy and a Steve Harvey is? What do you think it is? It's the ability to persuade many. You understand that? That's why they go to the black Christian pastor. That's why Margaret Sanger went to black Christian pastors to introduce the concept of abortions. Do you understand that? Do you know that if abortions would have been, if it would have passed 10 years prior or 5 years prior, I probably wouldn't be sitting here. Do you understand what's going on? I don't think you understand what's going on. Margaret Sanger was a known Klan member. She did far more. And her fruit is still bearing in the earth. Do you understand that it has been 70 million brown babies unalived since 1972? That's 53 years. 70 million. Do you know? Can you conceptualize that? And you want to talk about Christianity? Christianity is not offensive, but the Israelites telling you to keep God's laws. Now that I can't take it. Oh, hell no. Do you see how ridiculous you sound? It's a marvel that the Most High still deal with his people, man. It is a marvel, bro. It's a marvel. Look at your celebrities. Look at your rappers. Look at the female. You have a female rapper named Sexy Red. I just want to pull up the names of her lip gloss line. I won't even say it before I pull it up. I refuse. Because we got so many different, somebody brown ratted and that turn out. You see what I'm saying? Just to, just speak about what type of people you are. But get what? They don't turn these people in. Okay. Let's look at this lip gloss line.
Oh no. We might get banned. We're gonna get banned. We're gonna be on TikTok.
Okay, I just want to make sure everybody can see it. It just make sure, because I'm not going to read it. I'm not even going to say the name out loud. But I just want everybody to see the names. And why you listen. And this is for you Christians. Do not come to my page talk about no Christianity. Do not, because I guarantee you, Sexy Red's grandmama is a Christian too. Okay? So don't come to my page and do not comment in the comment section until you study. You're not qualified to teach me anything. When your babies have lip gloss lines with these names. This is the fruit of the black Christian church. This is the fruit. Because if you understood the judgment of the Lord, if you understood the wrath of the Most High, if you understood, bro, you would never teach 1 second of Christianity to no one. Okay, I can remember my entire life coming up And people telling me, oh, well, you need to preach and you need, and I always thought, man, I couldn't stand up there in front of them people and just be like, I mean, y'all just live too kind of, no. The reason I used to go to the Christian church is because I knew that I could be wicked as hell all week and go to the church and sing and dance and cry and damn pay some money and feel just good enough for another 6 days of sin. If you talk about you ain't a Christian because you want to keep sinning, you's a damn liar. Okay? That's why you cool with Christianity. Okay? You're not fooling nobody around here. You still a Christian because you sneaking in your baby room at night. You're wicked. You understand me? Okay? We see you and we know what you're doing. Okay? And the judgment of the Lord is coming. His wrath has extreme heat and extreme pressure, man. That's what I want to let you understand. And when you, it's just like my brother do. Him and I used to be cooking in the kitchen. He'll say, you know, and the oven just be on like 200. And he used to say, E, what have you just got in that oven, bro? You want to talk about fire and brimstone? You want to talk about heat? Job called him the king of terrors. I don't think y'all understand what's going on, man. I don't think y'all understand. I don't think you understand the size of the hell that fell on Sodom and Gomorrah. I don't think you get that. See, you want to talk about, you want to, well, God is love and God is love and I'm highly favored and all. Because guess what? You saved already. But when that far come for your, listen, if you don't lay your life down and repent and turn from your wicked ways, learn from the milk of the scriptures. Because you got to, you know, when you be born again, you got to start from scratch, right? You got to learn how to walk and talk and eat and all of that kind of thing. Got to learn from the scriptures. You don't have no business messing with no steak. Okay? Because you're not ready. Strong meat is for those that are of a full age, meaning those that have had time in this spirit of the truth of keeping the Most High's laws, statutes, and commandments. And accepting your nationality and your culture and the covenant that was made with your forefathers. You are a disgrace to your forefathers right to this day. The way you pull your pants up when the white man come in the room, you are weak and sorry. And an embarrassment to the Lord. Know that now. Know that. So, I see you and I know what you're doing every day. I know how you get on. I know what your mind on. I know my people. And this is an example. This is one of your daughters right here. So can you just kind of like read around the names of this? Now, wait a minute now. Please understand that this has to be funded. Now, we don't have a Jewish or an East Indian or an Asian Sexy Red. We only got a black Sexy Red. See? Because this is acceptable to black people. Because black people saved already. I heard that the AKAs got upset with Sexy Red about wearing her colors. What? What? Didn't Sexy Red perform at Kamala Harris' inauguration? Kamala Harris campaign or something? And they had didn't they have the free abortion vans out in the front? While Roland Martin was crying in his car, so happy that you was wrapped around the building to vote for Kamala Harris, who didn't love black people enough to marry one?
Hey, man, y'all come get it.
Don't come up in here with your Christianity, man. Nowhere around this here. You understand me? Don't comment in the comment section around here, man. Sit down and learn, man. If you don't have no humility, go on out there, man. The best thing for you is fire. The best thing. The best thing for you is fire. Go get all you want. Go on in them streets, go on and do all the whoring you want to do. Go do all the pimping you want to do. Go do all the drug using you want to do. Go do it all, bruh. But once that last second run off the clock, I ain't never seen him come back in the gym and let you shoot again. I ain't never seen that. I ain't never seen that. Oh, we was playing. see, you don't understand that grace got a shot clock. See, that's what you don't get. See, that's what you don't understand. It's a temporary time.
That clock done ran out.
Hey, man.
When that grace clock run out. Woo! When that grace clock run out. All that kikiing and shoo-shooing and laughing and all that. And just like I tell my children, you better keep God's commandments. Because when I'm in front of all that power and that glory, I'm not going to be thinking about you.
Yes, sir.
Trust
Hallelujah.
that.
Hallelujah. Yes.
Okay. You better keep the commandments for yourself, because salvation, bulletin, newsflash, salvation is an individual work. I can't do your push-ups for you, little boy. I can't be sick for you. I can't take your pain. And I can't take your place. You better quit playing, because you're messing with the right one. Trust what I say now. Stop capping for the heathen. You need to get you straight and your household. Because guess what? While you out here wicked, I mean, because I see y'all on all kind of things. So I can imagine what your children on. I can imagine what your household life is like. I mean, you're painting your nails. So I can imagine what your household is like. Man, listen, keep playing with these people, thinking that money is all this and that. You think. And if the truth comes and it takes your life, look at it as the mercy of the living power. If he brings you down to nothing, thank the Lord. You hear what I said? Thank the Lord. Don't come in my comment section with no kind of madness, period. We are not Christians over here. Okay? I don't care what your grandmama and your granddaddy taught you and said or none of that foolishness. Salvation is an individual work. You better get right. You understand that? Okay, so now, Dub, I mean, you could try to play, but can you, I mean, is there any way you could like, yeah, bro, yeah.
I got you. So this is Sexy Red's Up, upcoming lip gloss line. Call them sexy gloss. In my opinion, none of these words are sexy, but anyway. Features names inspired by her hit song Pound Town and other sexual suggestive names. The line includes shades like Gucci juice, backside brown,
kitty hole.
Listen to some of that stuff. Come on, y'all.
Awesome.
But what about yellow discharge though?
Yeah, yellow discharge, Gotham Rhea, blue balls. That's safe to say.
This is a wait a minute, man.
X on the
Do you think? Okay, so do you think that the red hair has anything to do with her target audience? I mean, yeah. I mean, like nobody puts that together. That many dolls is. I mean, the girls used to play with dolls with all kind of different hair. But you want to talk about Christianity? You want to talk about Christianity, and you want to vote in a woman who wants to fund the transition of inmates. I mean, you are literal bozos, man. It's nothing that can save you. You are gone, bro. Wait a minute, wait. I'm just gonna tell you how stiff-necked and rebellious the Israelites are. Just think about it. It's basic and simple. If you just take the Christianity and throw it out, you can understand basic fundamental things, bro. You can understand, wait a minute, but the Israelites saw 7 plagues from the Lord be put on the Egyptians. One of the plagues was so severe, they called it darkness. They said, the Egyptians said, that it was so dark in Egypt that they could feel it. Not only that, the Egyptians, it was so dark that they just were so afraid that they laid in the ground in their face. They didn't do nothing. They didn't move nothing. And the Most High sent fiery giant serpents around their head and their face to torment them in the dark. Listen, I don't know about you, but if you can't see, but you can hear something that sounds like a jet engine flying over your face and your body, come on, man. You playing with the wrong one, man. Don't play Christianity with the Most High, bro. Like, I'm trying to tell you. Man, I'm just saying, man. I'm saying. Have you ever seen a tornado, bro? As a matter of fact, have you ever heard a tornado that was a mile away? I lived on Martin Luther King, downtown Atlanta. I was on the 3rd floor when the tornado, it was about 7 tornadoes came through Atlanta. I was about a mile and a half away from the tornado. In the bathtub, it felt like that tornado was right by my face. When you hear that kind of power, man, you don't want to play, bro. You don't want to smoke. You don't want to drink. You don't want to go out. None of that. You don't want to get money. You don't want to do nothing but breathe quietly. You just so arrogant until that fire come. I'm telling you, you can't imagine. You can't imagine. Quit playing with the Lord, man, and teach these young people better, man. Live a stand. I ain't talking about with your mouth, because you're the biggest hypocrites on the face of the earth too. Because you can't wait to do what the heathen do. You just can't wait to be just like him. Say these children, man. Teach them the Most High's laws, statutes, and commandments. Get them in order. Tell them they can't wear everything. If I can't correct you, I can't protect you. If I can't correct you, I can't protect you. That go for my children. That go for anybody that know me, anybody I'm around, any of that. If I cannot correct you, I cannot protect you. Same thing with the Lord. Anyway, all right, so now let's go back. Get back in these scripts. Get back into this captivity. Just like I said before, if you don't know the history, you don't know the Bible. All right? You are not qualified to teach. Do not teach in my comments, period. Okay? Okay? Do not teach in my comments, all right? Okay. Now, go to the... Well, you know what? Go back to 11, dog, and then read again.
Again, this is First Maccabees, chapter 1. It's in the Apocrypha, related to verse 11. It says, in those days went there out of Israel wicked men, waited many, saying, let us go and make a covenant with the heathen that are round about us. Since we departed from them, had much sorrow. Eyes pleased them well. Certain of the people were so forward herein that they went to the king, who gave them a license to do after the ordinance of the heathen. Whereupon they built a place to exercise at Jerusalem, according to the customs.
Listen, if you are any type of Greek, denounce it. It was nothing but a satanic ritual. You full of demons. Denounce it, walk away from it, repent, lay your life down, be born again, okay? If you running around here barking at 50 years old, this is a blessing for you. It's called grace. This is the grace of the Lord. It's called grace. But it's a clock. And when it run out, boy, your ass is grass. Just so everybody know. Just so you know, you won't think it's a game. You just so happen to come by my page and come when we in the book or whatever the case may be. Get what? This is grace and mercy. This is the truth. You choose if you want to follow the truth, or because all you can do with the truth is to deny it. And every lie has to have the truth in it. The truth is the skeletal system. It's the nervous system of a lie. It's what makes a lie stand and move. A lie can't move on its own. There's no lead for a lie if it were not for the truth. You understand that? Do you understand that? Lies have no power. They're not omnipotent like the Most High. They're not truth. They're not knowledge. They're lies.
So, say these Greeks. Giannis.
Oh, no. That's just some. He just was born in Greece. He's an Israelite. Yeah. You are what your father is. It's just like when Malcolm used to say you could put cats in an oven, it don't make them biscuits.
Bro. Well, I asked the question because I know there's some people out there that just gonna be scared to ask.
That's right. That's right.
Who are these so-called Israelites running around hollering Greek and stomping and carrying on? I think he's with these fraternities.
That's right.
Popular colleges.
Right. The only reason why you have Greek fraternities is because of that 322 I just showed you. Okay? Because the heathen were doing that. That's the only reason why you even have that. And that's the only reason why they allow you to have that. You see what I'm saying? You know, that's why. And that's why most black men from the 20s on up, really from the early 1900s on up, man, was pastors, man. That was your celebrities at that time. Was pastors. You understand that? Because it allotted them and their family a different life than regular black people, man. You understand what I'm saying? They're the first. Listen to what I listen. This book will chronicle the history of these pastors. The black Christian pastor is the first down low brother. He had intimate relations with the slave master. He was willing to take the doctrine of white Jesus and teach it to his people for safety, for friendship. It was a covenant. You understand? And a lot of them slave masters didn't want the women. They didn't. And they like that now.
Real quick, not to cut you off, but so the book Sold to Do Mischief, prideful plug here. Where can we get it? Where's it at? You
can first email info@shopwildgoods.com. That's info@shopwowgoods.com. That's shopwildgoods.com. info@shopwildgoods.com. You can order it there. I'll send you the price list because it also has a soundtrack to go along with it, and every song will be released as an NFT, non-fungible token, on a smart contract. And actually, before we leave, I'm going to play some of the music. All of it is AI generated, and it is all truth music, and it is amazing music. It is beyond anything that you're expecting at all. It is phenomenal music. It is phenomenal music. Okay. So definitely it's going to come in hardback, paperback, digital, Kindle, as well as audio book. As a matter of fact, we ought to listen to a little bit of it. And we will. I'll play a preview of a few of the chapters before we leave of the audio book, give you a sample of it. I'll also by Monday, I'll have it uploaded to my site, which is shopwildgoods.com. That's my e-com brand. Various products there, outdoor pizza ovens, diaper bags, ultrasonic dog trainers, running the gambit, custom necklaces, so on and so forth. So you can come there, take a look at the items. We got a brand new revamped shop. You'll probably see some of our ads. Miss Coco, the possum one, is my talking Yorkie. From our new ad campaign. So come out, take a look. Also, we will be having a live on TikTok and on Zoom of showing people how to get in position and how to transition out of this centralized banking system into the new blockchain-based, decentralized, peer-to-peer value exchange system that we are going into now. Please understand that the beast has built his wealth off of the intellectual property of brown people. Period. Case closed. Do not talk to me about no Christian. I'm just want to say this, Auntie. I'm gonna let you finish. Do not talk to me about Christianity, because Christianity has made you comfortable with them taking your talent and selling it back to you. They take the best and the brightest of your people, and they twist and turn them and do horrible things to them, and they steal their intellectual property. And now that day is over. Now we can exchange our own intellectual property, peer-to-peer value exchange, without the need of any third-party mediary at all. Period. Case closed. All right, go ahead, Auntie.
I love the advertisement that you have with Coco. I was like, oh my God, she is actually talking. That AI can do some of the most
Man, it can.
I mean, wow. Nephew, you did a great job on
Thank you, Auntie.
I'm serious.
Thank you.
You really did a great job.
But I just want to let everybody know it'll also be a full color coffee table book as well. Let me see if I can pull some of the images up that you'll be able to see. Okay, this is kind of just this goes back into what the book is about. It's actually just to get you to understand the history of how we got destroyed, man. How we gave up our power to the beast, man. And it was for the promises of lifestyle. You can see a movie called Emancipation that was by Will Smith, and you can take a look at that movie, and another movie from 2016 called The Birth of a Nation. I think his name was Nate Parker, that chronicled Nat Turner and the fact that Nat Turner was taught to read so that he could teach the doctrine of the image of the beast, right? So that he can teach the people Christianity, so that he could teach the people that they were African Baptists saved by the grace of white Jesus. You understand that? Okay. And so when he opened his eyes up and he realized what he was being taught, and he realized once he read the scriptures that we were the Israelites, and that the Israelites was the ones in the field picking cotton and not the ones in the house, he led a rebellion. He led a rebellion of which he was turned in by another brown brother. Okay? So that's the nation of people that you're dealing with. All right? So now, I actually want to finish this because I want to show y'all where they got the blueprint. Just like I told you, they don't do anything original. Okay? They got the blueprint for this religion that is now that went along with the image of the beast, because you have to understand a picture is only worth 1,000 words. Well, I want you to think of for 1 second, how many words is a motion picture, right? And in order to get an image to speak, you have to attach a doctrine to it, right? So the doctrine of Christianity came from what we're about to read in just a second, okay? All right. So now, go ahead, Doug. Where'd you stop at, bro?
Okay. That was very good, and that was a very prideful plug, my guy.
That's right. This is very timely. That's right, brother.
So, chapter 14, we're on the place of exercise at Jerusalem according to the customs of the heathen. I don't know if you went over that whole
Okay, yeah. Just to understand, the reason why you see these, the reason why you see so many Greek statues of people being in the nude. Actually, the word gymnasium means to exercise in the nude. You understand? Like Greece and Rome was. I mean, the Olympics is Roman culture, man. You understand what I'm saying? It's Greek and Roman culture, bro. Like they used to have decathlons and all these events, these Olympic events, butt naked, man. You understand? They used to have it butt naked, man. And so the Israelites want the ones that had the spirit to persuade, which listen, there is no greater characteristic of a pastor than persuasion. I mean, that's what they do. You understand? Smooth words, right? That's why I call Christianity hospice, because it keeps you comfortable as you're dying. Right. Because as far as you're concerned, you already saved. And then you'll get a chance to go to your grandma's funeral and talk about how, or your child funeral. I mean, the child lead, no matter how they live now. Oh, they were so good and they in heaven. No. Scripture says that death is like unto sleep. Don't nobody go to heaven. Heaven is not here yet. Heaven will be on the earth. You understand that? We're in so much madness, man. You are in that's why the only sin that you can't be forgiven of is blasphemy against the Holy Spirit. What is the Holy Spirit? It's knowledge, wisdom, and understanding of the truth. That's why he called it a comforter. He said, I have to go and I will send you another comforter. What did that mean? One that will teach you all things and bring all things whatsoever I have said back to your remembrance. What is it telling you? While you're going through your hard times, it is a benefit and power for you to know why you're going through it. You're going through it because you break God's laws, statutes, and commandments. You're going through it because you're wicked as hell and you're trying to hide your sin. You're going through it because you're sneaking in your baby room at night. That's why you're going through it. That's why you catching hell. That's why you on all kind of dope. That's why you got 2, 3, 4, 5 baby mamas. You in multiple different households running around talking about Jesus, Jesus, Jesus 50 times a day. You are mentally gone. But get what? You talk to your hell. You ain't worried about nothing. You saved already. I know. I'm just here to deliver a message. That's it. Read on.
Yes, indeed. Okay. So whereupon they built a place of exercise at Jerusalem, according to the custom of the heathens, and to make themselves and made themselves uncircumcised. Took the holy covenant and rejoiced themselves to the heathen and were sold to do mischief. Sound like a title.
And I want everybody to understand, how do you make yourself uncircumcised and you a grown man? Come on now, think about it. You see? So when we talk about they became Gentiles, ye know that ye were Gentiles, carried away unto these dumb idols. How do you make yourself uncircumcised? You follow the custom of the heathen. You worship their gods. Yo, Jesus, Jesus, Jesus. You stand around talking like you speaking in tongues. I should have bought a Honda and under the sea. Do you understand what's going on? You live a life covered in sin, man. That's what making yourself uncircumcised mean. Understand, they were still Southern Kingdom Israelites. They were still brought up in the customs. They were still circumcised in the flesh. They ain't had nothing to do with that. They were circumcised on the 8th day. He's talking about the circumcision of the heart. You can't circumcise your fleshly heart. Well, he just saying one is a Jew when he's a Jew inwardly. Wait, well, listen, all Israelites are not Jews, but all Jews are Israelites. Can you follow my language? Can you hear the words that are coming out of my mouth? All Israelites are not Jews. You had 10 northern tribes that were not in the kingdom of Judah, that were not a part of the tribe of Judah. Come on. Zebulun, Gad, Naphtali, Ephraim, Manasseh, Simeon. I mean, come on. Wake up. Quit playing church. You can't do it. You can't do it. You can't love God and be in the church. You can't do it. It's impossible. You don't even know who you love. You can't love who you don't know. You got to obey who you. He's the father of lights. The sun and the moon obey him. Do you think you don't have to? It's crazy to me. It's crazy to me that you would think that anything could happen to his laws. He only gave his laws to you. And you don't want to keep them? You don't even want to know? You don't want to know nothing about them? Nothing? You gone. You full of demons. Satanism, listen, Satanism can't do nothing with the black Christian church, man. You don't understand that? It wasn't Satanism that brought crack in the hood. Right? Them dope dealers and making all that money off that crack, they weren't buying TVs for Satanists, were they? They had turkeys every Christmas, didn't they? Christmas. Come on, man. Come on. You got to know something going on. Don't Santa Claus, don't Santa look like Satan to you? At least a little bit. Don't you see that same murder weapon of Christ on his chest? I mean, it don't cue you in. He know when you're sleeping. He know when you're awake. He know when you've been bad or good. So be good for goodness sake. Don't that seem a little bit like the omnipotent one? Be good for goodness sake. Be good so Santa Claus won't. So he'll bring you some presents. But you don't teach him the law. You teach them to put cookies. Let's bake some cookies and put the cookies by the Christmas tree. Do you understand that do you understand that they leave food for idols all the time? That's a form of worshiping idols. Don't you understand that? Don't you see when you go into the Vietnamese or the Korean or whoever owned the nail shop and they got Buddha sitting up there and they got peppermint and candy up there for Buddha? That's leaving the food for the idol. Same thing you do. You just do it. Wait till Christmas to do it. Oh yeah. But then you take your babies out there and you run around looking for eggs that are rabbit laid. What kind of fool is you? What kind of fool is you? And you ain't been all year. And you think just because you put her in an Easter dress and you greased her scalp, and my baby cute, and we going to church. Do you really think that the Father is pleased with that? I'm just saying, man. It's the things you do, it's just ridiculous, man. And you talking about, and no, please, you say it's from a place that you saved already. So I'm just bringing things up. I'm just bringing things up. You won't let you won't let the baby daddy see their damn children, but you a Christian. I'm just saying, Christians do everything. Ain't no way to tell the difference between the Christians and the damn Satanists. And how you get to be a Christian? You just said that's it. That's the only standard. I mean, where is it? It ain't. I mean, damn. The pool got rules. Man, I used to have this pastor man all the time up that you was on my page. He just, you know what I'm saying, one of the brothers from my old hood, man, and it's so funny. Just I mean, Christian, you are the most embarrassing black men on the face of planet Earth. The most embarrassing sellouts on earth is a black Christian pastor, period. He is the worst of the worst. It don't get no worse than the black pastor. He is the worst. Period. Completely and utterly butt broken. Let's go and make a covenant with the heathen that are round about us, because since we have left them, we have had much sorrow. How you think they get these Christian churches? Do you think? Don't you know that the heathen make sure they can get a loan to get these big churches so that they can collect your money? And because they don't call you on the phone, you know what I'm saying? They just, you know, they don't call you for collections. You just freely bring your money. Let your light get cut off. As long as you pay your tithe. And tithe ain't even money. You've been bamboozled, led astray, run amok. We didn't land on Plymouth Rock. Plymouth Rock landed on us. And you still in 2025 running around talking about how you a Christian. In 2025. You're a conservative Christian and a mega Christian and a black mega conservative. I can't take you serious. You are just short the red nose. That's it. That's it. Go ahead and read, though. Go ahead and read, bro.
3 lives at 10. At all. All right.
With knowledge, wisdom, and understanding.
Okay. We left off in verse 15.
Okay.
Making themselves uncircumcised and was sold. Verse 16. Now when the kingdom was established before Antiochus, he thought to reign over Egypt, that he might have dominion over 2 realms. Entered into Egypt with a great multitude of chariots and horsemen and a great navy, and made war against Ptolemy, king of Egypt. Ptolemy was afraid of him, fled, and many were wounded to death. Thus they got the strong cities in the land of Egypt, and he took the spoils thereof. Slide your screen up a little bit, brother.
Okay, bro.
Verse
Okay. Okay, and I want you to skip down to to 27. No, to 26. Go to 25. 25.
All right. So therefore there was a great mourning in Israel, in every place where they were, so that the princes and elders mourned, the virgins and young men were made feeble. The beauty of women was changed.
Okay, I want everybody to understand what they're talking about. They're talking about, when they say Israel there, they're just talking about the southern kingdom. The northern kingdom had already been cut off. This is before Christ came. Okay, this is BC time. Okay, understand that this is Judea. There are 3 tribes that occupy Judea: Benjamin, Judah, and Levi. They were known as the Jews because the kingship tribe was the tribe of Judah. They were also known as the circumcision. Why? Because they came up with the law of circumcision. Law of circumcision is for an 8-day-old Israelite child is to be circumcised. Okay, circumcised on the 8th day, and also they came up with the law, statutes, and commandments. They came up with the Levites making sense of the law, statutes, and commandments, doing the sacrifices in the temple, keeping the Sabbath day, keeping all the high holy days. So they grew up in the culture, in other words. Now, the northern kingdom Israelites, that's the 10 tribes that went to the north, that lived in the land. The capital city was Samaria. They were actually ruled over by the Assyrians, okay? And they were called Gentiles first because they worshiped the golden calves that Jeroboam, who was the servant of Solomon, from the tribe of Ephraim, because the Ephraimites, or the modern day Puerto Ricans, are the same as who Joseph, youngest son was, right? Joseph's 2 sons was Ephraim and Manasseh. The reason why you cross your hands at graduation is because when Joseph was given the blessing, the Lord made him cross his hands, and he gave the blessing to the younger son, Ephraim, instead of Manasseh. So that's why he became the king, or that's why that tribe was in rulership over the northern kingdom. So a lot of times it'll be speaking about the northern kingdom tribes, and it'll call them Samaria, or it'll call them Ephraim, or it'll call them the Gentiles, or it'll call them the heathen, or it'll call them the uncircumcised. It's just according to the context. And if you don't understand the history, you will never understand the context of the scripture. So that's why it's so important to understand the history of what's going on. All right. Now, this kingdom was divided into 2 separate kingdoms right after the 40-year reign of King Solomon. Okay. Now, there were 3 kings of the United Kingdom of Israel, where all 12 tribes was in the land. All right. This is all 12 tribes. You will not see Levi. The reason why you won't see Levi is because Levi did not have a land allotment. That's why I was speaking about the tithe earlier. The tithe is a 10% of your increase of your land, of whatever the Most High gives you. It's actually food and sustenance, right? We can go into Deuteronomy, the 14th chapter. It breaks it down specifically: corn, oil, wine, flocks, and herds. And also the Israelites who had a landmass that was allotted to their tribes, they were to make the 10th of the best parts of their land available for the Levites. And so you had in Benjamin or Dan or Ephraim or Manasseh, 10% of their land was strictly for the Levitical priesthood, because they still had wives. You understand? They used the tithe. That's what the storehouse was for. It's for bringing a 10th of what you had. You had to bring it to the storehouse so that they could store it, so that the Levitical priests would have sustenance, would have what they needed to sustain life. and to sustain their family, because their only service was the temple, and they had no inheritance, and their inheritance was the Lord himself. Okay? So that you can understand the context of it all. Right? And the more you understand, the less you'll be offended when I talk about certain things, right? Because you're gonna become offended until you know what I'm saying, until you know the danger that you're actually in, that even someone as close as your grandmama and your mama and your dad, or whatever the case may be, can put you in harm's way. Because they don't know no better. The scripture says when the blind lead the blind, they what? Both fall into a ditch. Right? It didn't say if one love the one or he won't do, or none of that. You see what I'm saying? If they'll teach you white Jesus, if they'll teach you that the Most High is right, or that it don't matter, or that Jesus is God and Jesus is the Most High and all of it. I mean, what I'm saying is that they setting you up for that fugazi. And they setting you up. And it's one thing to get hit by a car. But it's another thing to get hit by the wrath of the Most High for eternity. Okay, so now, so you can understand. Maybe you won't be as offended. But the scripture said, blessed is he that is not offended by the spirit of the truth. Blessed is he that is not offended in me. So really, I mean, I just, I'm just pointing at these scriptures. You can get mad at me all you want to. I don't give a damn. I mean, so you understand that. Anyway, because just like I said, I'm not going to be thinking about my own children when I'm in front of all that power. The next time you get a chance, go outside and look directly at the sun. And that ain't a piece of the glory of the Most High. Okay? All right. So now, so you can understand. All right. So now, start back over at 25, though.
Therefore there was a great mourning in Israel, place were, so that the prince and elders mourned, the virgins and young men were made feeble, the feet of women was changed.
Mm-hmm.
The bridegroom took up lamentations, she that sat in the marriage chamber was in heaviness.
Mm-hmm.
Also was moved for the inhabitants thereof, and all the house of Jacob was covered.
Mm-hmm. All the house of Jacob. Jacob is the father of the 12 tribes of Israel. When it says the house of Jacob, it is talking about all 12 tribes. Sometimes it's just according to the context. In this context, it's only talking about the southern kingdom, because they're only those 3 tribes that are in the southern kingdom are the ones that are under King Antiochus. He had control of Jerusalem and Judea and Egypt. He had control over 2 realms. Okay. He was put in place, remember, by the descendants or the sons of the generals that was set up by Alexander the Great. Alexander the Great represented the face of the beast whose deadly wound was healed. What was the deadly wound that was inflicted by the first beast? It was in 192 AD when an Israelite by the name of Septimius Severus, he was an Israelite gladiator. He realized, he said, well, wait a minute, I'm fighting lions and bears and all of this in the Colosseum. He said, we need to get together, talking about the Israelite slaves that was at Rome. And it was the first slave revolt, and they ransacked and overturned Rome. But Rome got back in position around the 1100, about 1100 AD, right? Got in position again during the time of the Renaissance. That was the time of the image of the beast, Caesar Borgia. Pope Alexander, who was named after Alexander the Great, who is the father of Caesar Borgia, had Leonardo da Vinci and Michelangelo, famous iconoclast artists. You got to understand what an iconoclast artist is. An iconoclast artist, in other words, whitewashing black images. Okay? Israelites ruled Europe for over 1,100 years. The Dark Ages are the ages of all the artifacts with art of black people, the Israelites. You understand? That's why your slaves wasn't singing to Pharaoh. Your slave was singing what was known as Negro spirituals. They were singing about the Israelites. The reason that they unalived Martin Luther King was because he told you that you was the Israelites in front of everybody at the Washington Monument. See, you don't understand what's going on, man. And King was heavily funded, and his name was never Martin. His father's name was Michael King. His name was Michael King Jr. He never got a name change. They called him Martin Luther King after the Protestant Reformation leader. The Protestant Reformation leader was named Martin Luther. Does everybody understand what's going on? He's this one that's responsible for you not understanding where the Apocrypha come from so that we can go into this lesson. You should have been going through this lesson when you was a damn baby. But this lesson, the book of Maccabees, is still in the Catholic Bible, but it is outlawed in Jamaica. If you get found reading the book of the Maccabees in Jamaica and they are Catholic and Haile Selassie and Rastafari bozos as you can be in Jamaica. Where is Haile Selassie in the scripture? The Lion of the tribe of Judah. That's Christ, dummy. It's the tribe of Judah, not Selassie. I mean, but anyway. And then you can go and Google the images of Haile Selassie, the Ethiopian king, the Cushite, bowing down to the Queen of England. Okay, so don't talk to me about that either. You just as silly. Okay, now, go on, brother.
All right. We're at verse 29. Again, verse started at 1, all the way down to 29.
All right.
It says, the 2 years fully expired, the king sent his chief collector of tribute unto the cities of Judah. He came unto Jerusalem with a great multitude, and spake peaceable words unto them, but all was deceit. Giving him credence, he fell suddenly upon the city, very sore, much people of Israel. He had taken the spoils of the city, he set it on fire, down the houses and walls thereof on the side. Women and children took they captive and possessed the cattle. They then builded they the city of David, great and strong wall, mighty towers, made it a stronghold for them. They put herein a sinful nation, wicked men, and fortified themselves therein.
Now you understand why Edomite king was king over Jerusalem during the time of Christ. And you can tell that Christ wasn't a Christian because he never told Pontius Pilate or Herod any words about being born again. He never told them to repent and keep the commandments of the Most High. He never said that. And Pilate asked him, what is the truth? What is the gospel? Understand something, man. The gospel can't be good news for you and your enemy. I mean, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. What's the good news? Is that Christ has fulfilled, meaning brought to an end and shed his blood. Listen, it's blood in and blood out, fam. Blood had to be shed for you to get out of the first covenant. But don't think that you're going to get into the second covenant alive. You got to be born again into the second covenant. And then the second covenant is made with the same nation that the first covenant was made with. I'm wondering if you picking up what I'm laying down. And it's in your Bible. The one that's dusty on your mantelpiece, and you probably got the watered down version. But you say, well, I always go to sleep. Yeah, because you don't know damn thing. A Christian reading the Bible, you might as well leave it closed. You have absolutely no understanding of the scriptures at all. You just know how to worship the beast. I just want you to know why you're so successful in this kingdom. Why you doing so good? Because you persuade many. That's why. Keep reading.
Yeah, just on another little side note, verse 31 talks about, they took the spoils and set the city on. Sound like the same thing the pilgrims did to the Indians.
Yep.
Anyway.
And Sherman too. You remember Sherman?
Yeah.
Sherman went through Atlanta and burnt Atlanta. Why? Because you were there. Come on, man.
Wow.
Come on, man. All of us ain't come over here for no. I don't even want to get into the African thing. That's just madness. I mean, it just don't even make no sense, man. Right now today, you cannot put a ship on the coast of what they call what do they say, the door to nowhere, or right there in Sierra Leone, where they say that the slaves board. Listen, man, you cannot put a boat or a ship. Man, you can't stack people on top. It just sail for 3 months, man. It just you'll believe anything, man. You'll believe anything. I mean, it just never dawned on nobody that the damn pyramids over in South America are bigger than the ones in Egypt. But hell, shit. I mean, what's the big deal? You saved already. Go ahead, dog.
All right, 35. They stored it also with armor and victuals. And when they had gathered together the spoils of Jerusalem, they became a sore snare, place to lie in wait against the sanctuary, and an evil adversary to Israel.
And an evil adversary to Israel. Read on.
Thus they shed innocent blood on every side of the sanctuary and defiled it. And so the inhabitants of Jerusalem fled because of them. And the city was made an habitation of strangers, and strange to those that were born in her, and her children left her.
Read on.
The sanctuary was laid waste like a wood.
Now we talk about Jerusalem. We're talking about the temple itself, right? This is the temple that Solomon built in Jerusalem. This is where the sacrifices were. This is where the Levitical priests were, where they changed the wood out, where they came to pray, where they came to hear the sense made of the scriptures. You understand? They defiled it, man. That's what it's called Hanukkah. But that's what the celebration of Hanukkah is the restoration of the temple, man. After the beast came in and destroyed it, after the Edomites came in and sacrificed swine's flesh on the altar and sat on the altar talking about they the Most High. That's what's known as the abomination of desolation, man. What I'm saying is that, man, you're dealing with something serious, man. You're not dealing with nothing play, man. You're dealing with something serious, bro. Read on.
Okay, it says 39. The sanctuary was laid waste like a wilderness. Her turn in the morning. Her Sabbath approach. Her honor into. As had glory, so was her dishonor increased, and her turned in the morning. Antiochus wrote his whole kingdom.
Now, this is where you got to pay close attention. This is where you get the framework of Christianity. This is what Christianity was built on, man. Understand who Antiochus is, right? He's the Edomite king of Jerusalem, over Jerusalem, right? Understand what's going on. You remember that they were first called Christians in Antioch? Well, you see who Antioch was named after? Antiochus Epiphanes. So you can understand. You worship the image of the beast, man. It's all over your family. It's smeared everywhere, man. The Most High will not hear your prayers. He will not bless you with knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. See, just because you get a car and a house and clothes, that don't mean you blessed, dummy. That means that you're sustained. I just, what good is it to be a multi-billionaire in this kingdom, but you got a white arm coming out from up under your back of your dress? I'm just saying. What does it profit a man to gain the whole world and lose his soul? You just be called on you online. You just get called a billionaire a few times a day. What do that mean? It don't mean nothing to nobody. But guess what? You get to live differently than regular Israelites. And you'll rather live like that because it's a line stretched around the building with brothers dressed in all kind of madness to try to appease. So you can lose that spot if you want to. Somebody gonna replace you. See where this is going? And it works on every level. So you gatekeepers that work in the unemployment office with your attitude, especially sisters. You got an attitude, you work in the tag office, mad. Come on, really? Why is you mad in the tag office? I'm just renewing. Go on, bro. But a Christian and already saved. You can't make this stuff up. Go ahead, Carl.
Wow. Okay. Can y'all hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Break the mic out if I need to now.
I got you.
Your read was choppy. Your read was real choppy. Just come, Yeah, just read it again. That's fire. Ooh.
Gotcha.
So we on 41 now. I just wanted to put it in context. Antiochus, now he is bringing out his religion. He is proclaiming his religion in the southern kingdom. We got Benjamin, Judah, and Levi there. But we got wicked men who have persuaded many and made themselves uncircumcised, saying, let's go make a covenant with the heathen. So we got Israelite men that are with it. They love this lifestyle. They congressmen, they senators, you know what I'm saying? They living it up. They ain't got no problem with the pork being sacrificed on the altar. They ain't got no problem with Christmas and New Year's and 4th of July and April Fool's Day and Easter and Bunny's laying eggs. They ain't got no problem with none of that. They'll do it in the church. As long as they get a chance to pass around that collection plate. They can drive that Bentley and mess with them little boys.
Oh.
And sing their gospel music and tell everybody to lock the doors to everybody to give $40. Come on, man. This you now. This you. Don't say it ain't you. That's you. You do it day in and day out. Black Christian church is wicked as hell. Wicked as I see some. I'm talking about, and I'm being lenient. I could show you some of the things that you do. I could bring Tyler Perry out laying hands on TD Jakes and TD Jakes jerking. Because he gave $1 million. From dressing up like a woman. No, from desecrating the image of Mud Deer. But it's funny though. And you saved already. So hell, who gonna stop him? He ain't dressed like no Jewish woman. I'm trying to find out what's the Jewish equivalent to Sexy Red. or Cardi B. I mean, maybe you can help me. I just ain't never seen that. If you came up with these rap songs about cocker spaniels, it'll be a riot in the morning. If it was drill music for Labrador retrievers, America would be upside down. But it's for your babies and you already saved, so hell, what's the big deal? It ain't no big deal. They just hating on your baby. It's entertainment. Oh. Oh my goodness, man. You can't make this stuff up, man. You are embarrassing. I'm just telling you. You embarrassing. Period. Read on.
Check.
Mm-hmm. Here come the religion. He about to break it down. Go ahead.
Verse 41. Again, we at the first Maccabees, chapter 1. We done made it down to verse 41. It says, moreover, King Antiochus wrote to his whole kingdom that all should be.
Wait a minute. That's the first pillar of his religion. I mean, just think about that. What does Catholic mean? It means universal. That all should be one people. What is the foundational pillar of Christianity? All should be one people. Now let's see if they deviate. Let's see if Antiochus Epiphanes deviates any from Christianity. Let's just see if he comes up with anything on his own. Read.
Okay, verse 42.
Mm-hmm.
Says, and everyone should leave his laws. So all the heathen agree according to the commandment of the king.
Wait a minute. Wait. You got to go back to that. I missed it. My fault. And everyone should do what?
Should leave his laws. Verse 42.
What does Christianity teach the unlearned Israelites to leave God's laws? Does Christianity teach that the laws are done away with? Do Christians teach you can't keep the law? You can't keep that law. He knew you couldn't keep that law. He knew I couldn't keep the law. So you mean we the Israelites? And he gave us wait a minute. You ain't even tell me about us being Israelite. You said we was Africans, but now you talking about we can't keep the law. Which one is it? Why does it matter if we African? And this is the reason why I asked the question, y'all. Okay, so this is the reason why I asked the question. Because the scriptures clearly tell us who the laws were given to. They weren't just randomly just given to the world. The Most High did not make a covenant with the world. Antiochus made a covenant with the world. He said all should be one people. The Most High didn't say that. Let's see what the Most High said first. Let's see what the Most High said first. Remember I said that the Most High separated everything for the first 7 days of creation. Okay, so I want to get you, let's see. Leviticus, is it Leviticus 20? Let me see. Let me see. Okay, yeah, okay, it's 20 and 26. Okay. Yeah, read that on Leviticus 20 and 26.
Right, Leviticus 20 and 26.
Mm-hmm.
and ye shall be holy unto me. I, the Lord, am holy.
Mm-hmm.
Served,
And have severed.
that ye should be mine.
Wait a minute. Read that again, because I think they missed it.
Chapter 20, verse 26.
Mhm.
Ye shall be holy. Me, I, the Lord, am holy. I have severed. Should be mine.
I'm talking about the Lord said he severed you from other people. He severed you from other people that you should be mine. Wait a minute now. Hold on. How did he sever you from other people? I'm about to show you. How did he sever you from other people? I'm about to show you. Now we're thinking about severing. How did the Lord sever his people from other people? Like he did in the first 6-7 days of creation. He separated each day, and everything that was in the day, he severed it. He separated it. Do you understand that? Okay. So now, all right. Psalms 147, 19 and 20. Read that. You on mute.
All right, Mike.
Yeah.
19 and 20. It says, He showeth his word unto Jacob, statutes and his judgments unto Israel. He had not dealt so with any nation. For his judgments, they have not known them. Praise ye the Lord.
You remember how I said earlier that you can't choose God? God do the choosing. The Most High said the heathen and the other nations don't know his judgments. So you mean to tell me they can get in the kingdom without the judgments? Then I know it's got to be a Christian gate. It's only 12 gates, and those 12 gates have the names of the 12 tribes of Israel on them. It's no gate. Antiochus don't have a gate. Do you understand what's going on? Do you understand what show his word means? It means to teach his word. What is the word of the Most High? Can anybody tell me? Is anybody awake?
Word of the Most High?
Yeah, what is the word of the Most High that he showed to Jacob, or he showed to the Israelites? What is the word of the Most High that he told Ezekiel to prophesy unto the dry bones? What is his word? It's the spirit of the truth, man. It's Christ. It's the spirit of the law, man. He showeth his word, meaning he gives the understanding of his word to who? Jacob. His statutes and his judgments unto Israel. He has not dealt so with any nation. And as for his judgments, they have not known them. And then King David says, what? Praise ye the Lord. And so we going in much further than we normally do. If you want to follow these teachings, you need to subscribe to our Patreon channel. It is Nazareth is the Hood podcast on Patreon. You can subscribe there. There are multiple teachings already on, and we are uploading teachings at all times. We've been doing this for a while now. 6 years, 7 years, something like that. Anyway, but for some time now, and we get into the scriptures, and we don't normally go live with this much truth just because they can't handle this much truth. And this will not stay up on YouTube long. I am going to put it behind the paywall on Patreon. Please come over. It is worth it. You will always get the spirit of the truth. And also order the book, info@shopwildgoods.com. shopwildgoods.com. That's info@shopwildgoods.com. I can send you a price list. I'm going to play some of the music. Let's see. I play some of the
Brother, drop the TikTok as well.
Okay, yeah. My TikTok is at Mr. Sleep Money. TikTok. Go on there. It's multiple. I mean, I've been on there for some years too, man. But they froze my account and restrict my account, all of that. So I've been at 58,000 for like 3 years. So, but I don't care if I don't get another one. You know what I mean? So follow me there. Also, all the music will be released on NFTs, on smart contracts, so you will actually own and you can license the NFT as well as, get paid every time that it's played, right? So you license this and you'll get played. That smart contract is a self-executing contract. Life is changing, family. We also have information to make sure that you get precious metals just as well, gold and silver, right? A part of your asset portfolio should definitely be in real estate. If you want to build wealth, it has to be in real estate. You have to have some crypto. You have to have some gold and some silver and some life insurance. We have some very knowledgeable brothers that are a part of this community. We are building a community. It's going to be 700 acres. It is a community that is designed to keep families together after traumatic accidents. We will be featuring the top rehabilitation technology from all over the world, as well as the best food and herbs. We will be setting up a crowdfunding campaign for our community very, very soon. So if you want to contribute to that, you can do that as well. We are moving and shaking. We're going to make sure. The first thing that I wanted to do after I got my license, and I'll tell you a little bit of story, tell you a story right quick. First thing I wanted to do was to return to my hood and teach everybody what I had learned, right? I had my Series 7, Series 66 life accident and health, variable life, variable annuity licenses. Those are some of the hardest licenses to get in the nation, period. Only second to the bar is what I was told. And I thought that our people was interested in disability insurance and life insurance and stocks, bonds, and mutual funds and, options and all of these things. And really, our people, we don't even think like that. We are so consumed with exchanging time for money that we allow our dreams to die. And we want to make sure that we provide the knowledge and give you the opportunity to join yourself with the community, because the power is in the community, right? You have to be able to come together. I was watching Grant Cardone yesterday, and he just kept talking about, and this is after he had already said, Black people are like the best people on the planet anyway. And I've actually got it recorded. I just haven't worked up the clip yet, but he was saying that, being in the business and having the spirit, he said, because, he doesn't have the spirit to where he could just be rich and then just be around rich people and then that's just it. We just rich. That don't mean nothing. You understand what I'm saying? So he said that you don't have anything if you don't have a network around you, or you don't have like-minded people that are around you. He said you're not supposed to be around people. If you hang around 5 broke people, you bottom line is you the 6. You understand what I'm saying? So he's very serious about You know, if you don't have money or if you don't have good credit, then guess what? You need to be in a network where somebody got good money, that's got money or got good credit or whatever. And you can put your efforts together. It's the same thing as Dr. George Frazier. Same thing he been teaching forever. You understand what I'm saying? Like over 60 years of his life. I think he's like in his 80s, upwards of his 80s. But I mean, he's been teaching the same thing. We just don't work together. We just made up of a whole bunch of individuals. Everybody want to make all the money themselves. You know what I'm saying? It's part of them scammers. I'm just saying that, you know, it just at some point, it should dawn on black people that they need to get together and work together. And they need to take care of each other. And they need to stop cheating each other and stop disrespecting each other. And they need to do the will of the Lord. That's why you come together. See, that's why we have such a hard time being together and doing for each other. But get what we will do. Black people take their money to the black church, though. And what the black church do with it? Send it right back out the back door to the white community. I mean, I'm just saying that the fastest way for black dollar to get back to white hands is the black church, man. And they talking about we can't work together. Well, surely we can work together. We spend plenty of money in the abortion clinic. You understand what I'm saying? We spend plenty of money with these high-end designers. You understand? He said something so key the other day. He said, you know, for years, me and my wife, we did not spend no money. We was always broke because why? We put all our money in assets. We didn't pay bills unless it earned from a passive residual income from an asset to pay our bills. That's how we determine how much we could have, the kind of car we had. He said, I still haven't bought a house because owning a house is the worst investment you can make. He said, I still rent. Do you understand what I'm saying? We not even on that wavelength. But guess what? All it takes for us to do is to study and come together and study as a unit. And like I said before, I'm going to be having some, you know, it's time to start having some classes again. We see crypto going crazy ever since December 1st, 2020. Now, I understand everybody a damn guru now. All of a sudden, everybody know about crypto this, crypto that. I just crap. Everybody know everything now, right? Hey, we've been... Okay, you better ask Captain Saver USDT. You better ask about me. Okay, so we're going to start making it available on the Patreon, behind the paywall, right? Making it available. I think it's $10 a month, right? I mean, hey, get rid of that Netflix. You ain't got no money. So what you need to be watching Netflix for? Anyway, so let's go on. You understand? Get your priorities in order. Understand and get your stuff structured in your life so that you won't be beholden to somebody telling you where you can go, when you could take off, when you could do this, when you could do that. Why? Because you are in a perpetual slavery, man. It says that the borrower is a slave to the lender, man. Understand that. Right? So you will have the opportunity to be given the knowledge, wisdom, and understanding, to be given the education. That's the first thing that I wanted to do, was to go back to the hood and teach them everything that I had learned. Listen, man, I done went backstage, man. I'm seeing how they putting this thing together and they doing this and that. And and folk were looking at me like I had 3 heads. When nobody studied nothing that I was talking about. Same thing when I came out telling them about blockchain, telling them about peer-to-peer value exchange, telling them about NFTs, telling them about cryptocurrency. The power is not in the cryptocurrency. The power is in the trust protocol of the blockchain. Now, the control of assets will be returned back to the people of the world. I was on the phone arguing with the writer of The Matrix because I was trying to explain to her that you could release your book or any of your work in a smart contract and nobody could touch it. It could be one of a kind and you could sell it as an NFT and distribute as much as you want. Anything could be stole. I mean, hey, okay, remember. Folk that's already saved, I can't do nothing for you. If I can't correct you, I can't protect you. And who is little old me? I'm nobody. You wrote The Matrix and The Terminator. So, shit, why you want to listen to me? Man, y'all don't understand what be going on, man. Baby, come out here and grab me. Anyway, so let go.
Somebody come get it.
I felt she turned the air on. She seen me sweating down here.
You in subjection.
Turn the fan on. Open the door.
Hey, all right. So look, I'm going to play. First of all, I do want to. Let's see. Wait a minute. Oh man. I hope that they can hear online. I really hope. Can you hear on YouTube? Dub, did you check YouTube?
Let me check right quick. You was on live and clear. Let me run back and check.
Okay.
Stand by.
Okay, but anyway, so I want to play a few of these songs. They are
Yeah, you still live on YouTube.
okay. Good, bro. Good. This first song is called Rock. Well, no, Israel Only, man. I just think it's enough of the fugazi music that's in the earth, man. So all I make is truth music, man, and that's really all I think about all the time, anyway. I just think about the Most High, really. I'm really not. It's like the world don't move me no more. Like been there and done that, man. I'm good here working and with my wife. You know what I'm saying? Loving my wife, my superpower. You know what I mean? I don't change everything, man. My mind, we don't waste money on bro. Listen, y'all don't understand what I'm saying, man. I'm talking about I have changed, bro. Because what? When you see that, you look behind, you look over my shoulder, you look at this screensaver. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about working towards. My son with a professional 24-hour nurse to where he can say, well, let's go here, let's drive here, let's drive there. You understand what I'm saying? Let me go. I just want to go sit by the lake, the lakes in Michigan, the Great Lakes in Michigan this evening and go out to dinner. You understand? I'm talking about it's time to live life, man. But get what? You got to make sacrifices, bro. We work sun up to sun down. We do not play no games with nobody. We don't have no time to be playing. Our people are destroyed. We on the bottom of everything. We only control 1% of the wealth in this country, man. It's terrible.
Yes, it is. Brother.
It's terrible, bro.
Like, comment, subscribe, share it with somebody.
That's right. That's right, bro. That's right. And come over to Patreon. Nazareth is the Hood podcast on Patreon. Nazareth is the Hood podcast. We get why we go in. And we go in righteousness, man. Righteousness is enough. You don't have to show your body. Righteousness enough. You understand? You ain't got to be cussing and disrespecting and clowning and acting a fool. You understand? It's just like Atlanta. so Jermaine Dupri got a documentary for Magic City represent Atlanta. Well, first of all, you ain't represent white Atlanta anyway. Okay, you represent black Atlanta, and the best you got to give is Magic City. It's the history of Magic City. I'm just saying. I mean, it just like 50 years of hip hop. Please tell me one benefit to the black community that has come from 50 years of hip hop. Just one. I just want you to think of one thing. One. Just any. Okay. A jacket. That's all I could think of. Because they had some nice jackets at the game, at the Falcon game. But did hip hop build a stadium to where the Falcons could play? Anywhere? What about a farm? A bank? Grocery store? A school? A clinic? I mean, do you understand? You understand we losing? So anyway, my point is I've always been a teacher. It's always been my spirit, right? And I've always wanted to help to educate my people on finances. All right. We are our current system, 1% of the country controls 99% of the wealth, right? We are in a privatized, centralized banking system that we believe that money that is printed out of thin air with green ink on paper has value. And it does not, okay? It only has value of the faith of the people that are here. And that value comes from great deception. Because people are stuck in what's known as the rat race, and that is nothing more than exchanging time for money. There are people who work so much that they don't even raise their own children. You understand that? Do you understand what's going on? Right? They were able to substitute, especially the black male. You know, just like they got rid of Joseph in the black church and said that Christ, that Joseph was not Christ's father, and kept Joseph away. You never even really mentioned Joseph for years and years and years, the same way you do black men and their children. You got the same spirit. You think that it's cool. You think the Most High cool with you keeping them babies away from their daddy? You really think that? You really think you did something because you bitter and you don't like that new this and that and this and that. At some point, you have to grow up. Okay. But I know that's too much. You saved already. So anyway, so let's get a few of these songs. I kind of like talk about them a little bit, man. The lyrics. I mean, I don't think y'all ready, man. Really, I don't. All of it is AI generated. I came up with the majority of the music with just a couple of times. I was in the music business for a while, so I did some producing and that type of thing, but it was just too wicked for me. Okay, and so when AI came out, and I was introduced to some AI platforms that made music, man, I just wow. I've been in love ever since, man. and it's the type of music that I want to listen to. So I even rarely even listen to my Apple Music, and I had the fires. I mean, but that's what I made tapes and CDs and all of that kind of stuff, and threw parties in college and that kind of thing. So that's who you dealing with, man. You understand what I'm saying? I mean, we just different, man. You know what I'm talking about? So anyway.
Truth found me. covenant stream. Rock bottoms where I learned to dream. They told me wealth was in the air, but I saw the poor in spirit there. So I laid my pride like bricks and stone and built my faith from the cornerstone. Not by might, not by fame, but by his law I rose from shame. Every tear was counted, every breath led me closer to righteousness. Rock bottom is a solid place to build my dream out of nothing but grace. When the world said fall, I rose in belief. The spirit of the truth is holding me. I'm not lost, I'm finally seen by the Most High King who chose my being. Yeah, from nothing to a covenant stream. Rock bottoms where I learned to dream. I used to ask why me. Now I know it had to be so he could write the story of a remnant rising free. No lights, no stage, no crowd, just a whisper crying loud. I believe, and that's enough for now. Build it up from the dust and paint with the spirit as my friend. Oh, I believe in the spirit of the truth. Build my dream out of nothing but you.
Don't you know that name you carry ain't a nickname from slavery? Nah, it's royal ink from eternity, stamped by the voice that spoke light into existence. He didn't call you black, didn't call you lost, didn't call you what they called you. He named you. Every breath I take got a story in it. Every curl in my crown, ancient script written. They tried to bury my name under centuries of shame, but the spirit pulled me up through prophetic flame. My grandmother hummed it through hymns in the dark. My grandfather whispered it beneath the mark. They never told me in school, never said it in church, but his truth found me where it hurt. Israel only, that's what he called me from the start. A covenant carved in his holy heart. Not a label, not a trend, but a name that Israel only. Chosen, set apart, reborn again. From the milk to the meat I comprehend that the truth they hid was always mine. He named me Israel, divine by design. They gave us titles like patches on a wound, colored crayon, census code, slave tunes. Told us we were nothing but dance when we moved. Mocked our tongues while mimicking our groove. But truth, oh that truth is a stubborn flame. It burns through paper chains and legal names. It waits in the silence till the soul is still. Then it speaks like thunder whispering. You're Israel still. I'm not a product of captivity. I'm the seed of prophecy, a remnant from the dust he spared and called to rise, 'cause he still cares. Israel only. Oh, you are. That's what he called me from the start. A covenant carved in his holy heart, not a religion that's open. Israel only. Share you with your soul. From the milk to the meat, I comprehend that the truth they buried was always mine. He named me Israel, divine by design. So when they ask me who I am, I smile with my whole body and I say, I am she whom he remembered. I am Israel only.
Just breathe, it's all unfolding. You don't have to rush the bloom. You've been holding space for everyone
But yourself.
Wearing calm like karma, though you're crying out for help. It's okay to feel tired, to feel lost, to feel undone. But darling, even shadows rest.
Hey, y'all tap on the screen if you like if you like what you're hearing.
Even when the light feels low, keep growing.
Share the live, share the live.
Every seed takes time to show. You don't have to move too fast. The moment knows how long to last. Keep going. Grace is slow. Pages turn without your push. Still the story flows. Let go of the timeline. Let your softness grow. You're not behind, you're just becoming. And every breath is a kind of humming. Oh, keep going. Like the tide, like the breeze. Keep knowing. Even stillness is a need. You're not late, you're right on time. Like the rhythm in a choir. Keep going.
You're doing fine.
Trust the whisper, not the noise. Let silence be a choice. You are not your pace. You are your Keep going.
Y'all like that so far? All right, so I want to play some just a bit of the the audiobook. Play a few chapters from the audiobook. Like to pick up the book, it is send an email to info@shopwildgoods.com. That's info@shopwildgoods.com. Also, come and visit the site as well. Let's see. I'll pull up our site. We just got a new site completed. Just much better. Just a whole lot more just better navigating. Getting on my nerves. Yeah, so various items in the building. So y'all come through and take a look and see what you like. Yeah, baby essentials, bags. Auntie, I got some luggage for you too. I know you were looking for that luggage. I've got some luggage pieces for you. Diaper bags for moms. Beauty and health products. That hydrogen water bottle. This is the best water for the human body. Is hydrogen infused water. This is a full hydrogen infused system here. By Alti. Top of the line system, definitely. You know, if you're serious about your health, especially your gut health, good for digestion, good for breaking down supplements, the whole nine, and we've got it for 50% off. So yeah, y'all come through and take a look and see if you custom necklaces, you know, my badass daughter, my fearless and fabulous daughter, bold and beautiful daughter, night lights, jewelry, and so I don't know why they're sticking up like that. I don't want them to show like that, but anyway. So yeah, we got some things going on. And kind of listen to a few like this. Okay, I gotta tighten that up. Okay. All right. Go to the audio book. Hey, this book is not a game. It's not a game. Got the flash sale going on for 7 days. The next 7 days, well, actually, next 6 days. Started yesterday. Flash sale. We've got items on sale as well. Just like a product, I'd appreciate it, you know.
Introduction. This is not a book. It is a sword. It is not for entertainment. It is for separation. It is not for the proud. It is for the brokenhearted, the poor in spirit, the scattered of Israel who mourn for the abominations done in the midst of their people. The Most High is calling his children home. But this calling is not for everyone. It is for the remnant, the elect, and the obedient, those who fear his name and tremble at his word. To the rest, this book will be nothing more than foolishness, because the truth has never been popular. Make no mistake, you cannot understand this book, and by extension, the Bible, unless the Most High gives you understanding. Psalm 78, verse 2. I will open my mouth in a parable. I will utter dark sayings of old. Psalm 11, verse 10. The fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom. A good understanding have all they that do his commandments. Psalm 119, verse 142. Thy righteousness is an everlasting righteousness, and thy law is the truth. The Bible is sealed, and its meaning is hidden from the wise of this world. It is only unlocked to those who obey the commandments, not those with degrees, church positions, or titles. Truth is revealed to the humble, not the high-minded. Understanding is a gift, not a reward. When Yahweh was asked why he spoke in parables, his answer was a dagger to the heart of religious pride. Matthew chapter 13, verse 10 and 11. And the disciples came and said unto him, Why speakest thou unto them in parables? He answered and said unto them, Because it is given unto you to know the mysteries of the kingdom of heaven, but to them it is not given. There it is. It is given. Not earned, not studied, not bought with tuition or seminary schooling. Given. He blinds whom he will blind. He opens the eyes of whom he chooses. Verse 13 continues. Therefore speak I to them in parables, because they seeing see not, and hearing they hear not, neither do they understand. So if you understand what's written in this book, don't pat yourself on the back. Fall on your face in gratitude. All wisdom cometh from the Lord, and is with him forever. The Lord only is wise, and in him is all knowledge. Love is the keeping of her laws, and the giving heed unto her laws is the assurance of incorruption. Love is not an emotion, it is obedience. And both obedience and love are gifts from the Most High. You can't obey unless he puts his spirit in you to walk in his statutes. You can't love unless he writes his law on your heart. If you hope to receive anything from this book, you must lay down your carnal understanding. This book will offend every Christian doctrine, every church tradition, and every vain opinion that contradicts the commandments. Because what you've been taught has no bearing on the truth. It only affects where your eternity will be spent. Do not bring your pastor's words in here. Do not bring your grandma's faith in here. Do not bring your so-called spiritual experience in here. Bring the fear of the Most High. Bring repentance. Bring obedience. There is a record found in the missing verses of 2 Ezra chapter 7, verses 88 through 100. Hidden from most Bibles, but preserved in the Apocrypha. It describes the 7 ways the righteous will be comforted after death, those who loved the law and kept it, and the 7 painful truths revealed to those who rebelled against it. Here are the 7 ways of the righteous. 1. They rejoice because they have faith in the Most High. 2. They rest from their labors and see the glory prepared for them. 3. They understand the reward laid up for them. 4. They recognize they escape the judgment reserved for sinners. 5. They see the wide space of eternal life with no sorrow. 6. They see the faces of those they loved glorified. 7. They receive the promise of immortality and rejoice in it. This is the order of those who have kept the ways of the Most High. Now, the 7 ways of the ungodly. 1. They despise the law of the Most High while alive. 2. They now see the torment they must endure and the reward they have missed. 3. They recognize their deeds were evil and can no longer repent. 4. They see the faces of the righteous whom they mocked, now glorified. 5. They see the angels guarding the treasures of salvation, which they cannot access. 6. They mourn with shame, for their name is no longer remembered in Zion. 7. They are shown the torment reserved for them and the fire prepared for their judgment. This is the path of those who have rejected the law of the Most High. These are not metaphors. These are not religious fantasies. These are prophetic realities. Matthew chapter 1, verse 21. And she shall bring forth a son, and thou shalt call his name Yahweh, for he shall save his people from their sins. Matthew 15, verse 24. I am not sent but unto the lost sheep of the house of Israel. Amos chapter 3, verses 1 through 2. Hear this word that the Lord hath spoken against you, O children of Israel. You only have I known of all the families of the earth. Isaiah 45, verse 17. But Israel shall be saved in the Lord with an everlasting salvation. Ye shall not be ashamed, nor confounded world without end. Exodus chapter 4, verse 22. And thou shalt say unto Pharaoh, Thus saith the Lord, Israel is my son, even my firstborn. Deuteronomy chapter 7, verses 6 through 8. For thou art an holy people unto the Lord thy God. The Lord did not set his love upon you, nor choose you, because ye were more in number, but because the Lord loved you. To read this book with understanding is a gift from the heavens. If you cannot understand it, it is because you have not repented. You do not get understanding, then obey. You obey first, then he gives you understanding. This is the faith of the saints. He that hath ears to hear, let him hear. Let us begin.
Let's see. Let's try chapter 1. That's the intro. All right. Chapter 1.
Disclaimer. Chapter 1. The following historical record will prove to be difficult for many. It is sealed to the proud and incomprehensible to the rebellious. This is a final warning to those who perish, because they receive not the love of the truth, that they might be saved. The emphasis is on might, because salvation is not a group event. It is an individual work, visible only in those who endure until the end. My apologies, but I cannot do your push-ups for you. Neither can I force you to understand that the Holy One of Israel is terrible to the disobedient and unbelieving. The black Christian pastor was the first down low brother, the first to secretly betray his people while appearing righteous. He bowed to the beast and its image, agreeing to teach the doctrine of the oppressor to the property of the slave master. He accepted the chains of false doctrine in exchange for the approval of Pharaoh's government and the benefits of the Roman Church. This record was written as both a warning and a reminder. Repent, O Israel, for the kingdom of the Most High is at hand. You have been warned. Chapter 1. Forsaking the Holy Covenant. Contextual summary. This first chapter of Soul to Do Mischief, forsaking the Holy Covenant, lays the foundation for understanding the Most High's divine agreement with the nation of Israel, a covenant made with the chosen lineage through Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. It was sealed with laws, statutes, and commandments, and was never intended to be universal. Israel's disobedience, rebellion, and assimilation into heathen customs led to the forsaking of this holy covenant, triggering curses, identity loss, captivity, and spiritual blindness. The chapter explores how wicked leaders, false prophets, and the seduction of foreign gods caused generations of Israelites to depart from the commandments. It traces this transgression through the days of the kings, the rise of Greek Hellenism, and into the false doctrines of modern Christianity. But despite betrayal and apostasy, the covenant remains unbroken, only violated. Yahweh Shai is introduced as the one sent to restore Israel, not through religion, but by writing the law in their inward parts. The chapter ends with the call to remember the covenant, repent, and return before the door of mercy is shut. From the very moment the Most High separated Abram from among the heathen, his plan was never to start a religion. His plan was to reveal righteousness on the earth through a covenant, a set-apart divine contract made between himself and a specific people. This covenant was not open to everyone. It was made with Abraham and confirmed through his seed, Isaac, and then Jacob, who would later be renamed Israel. That covenant gave birth to a nation unlike any other on the earth, a people sanctified by law, governed by commandments, and blessed beyond measure when obedient. The covenant defined Israel's national identity. To be an Israelite wasn't simply a race or culture. It was a divine relationship with the Most High sealed in blood and maintained by obedience. As written in Exodus chapter 19, verse 5, "Now therefore, if you will obey my voice indeed, and keep my covenant, then ye shall be a peculiar treasure unto me above all people, for all the earth is mine." This covenant came with terms that were not to be negotiated, and it was sealed with blood. To violate this covenant was to violate the bond of life itself, but violate it, Israel did. Israel's fall didn't come overnight. It came slowly, subtly, generation by generation. The people began to envy the ways of the heathen. They desired kings like the nations around them. They grew tired of being separate. They began to compromise. The covenant became a burden. Holiness was traded for vanity. In Jeremiah chapter 2, verse 21, the Most High laments, "Yet I have planted thee a noble vine, wholly a right seed. How then art thou turned into the degenerate plant of a strange vine unto me?" Israel, the vineyard of the Lord, had become unrecognizable. The holy people had become profane. The set apart had become worldly. And the covenant, once engraved in their hearts, was cast behind their backs. The forsaking of the holy covenant is not merely forgetting laws. It is spiritual treason. It is the rejection of divine order, the breaking of eternal intimacy with the Creator. The Most High called Israel his son, his bride, his chosen. And Israel responded with rebellion, adultery, and betrayal. Daniel chapter 11, verses 30 through 32, gives us insight into how the covenant would be forsaken, and have intelligence with them that forsake the holy covenant, and such as do wickedly against the covenant shall he corrupt by flatteries. This reveals two things. First, that some among Israel would actively betray the covenant, and second, that those wicked men would align with foreign powers to corrupt others. This was not accidental. This was intelligence, intentional rebellion. Wicked men would persuade many. This played out clearly in the time of the Maccabees. In 1 Maccabees chapter 1, verses 11 through 15, in those days went there out of Israel wicked men, who persuaded many, saying, "Let us go and make a covenant with the heathen." Then certain of the people were so forward herein that they went to the king, who gave them license to do after the ordinances of the heathen. These Israelites gave up the commandments for Greek gymnasiums, for Hellenistic culture, for political favor. They uncircumcised themselves. They stopped keeping the Sabbath. They offered swine on the altar. This spiritual treason led to the abomination of desolation. By the time Jeroboam took the northern kingdom, the decline accelerated. Instead of obeying the Most High, he created a counterfeit religion to keep the people from going to Jerusalem. He set up idols at Dan and Bethel. He made priests out of anyone, regardless of lineage. The southern kingdom, Judah, was supposed to be the last line of righteousness, but even they polluted the temple, worshipped idols in secret chambers, and ignored the prophets sent to warn them. Ezekiel chapter 8 shows us the filth inside the temple. Women weeping for Tammuz, elders worshiping the sun toward the east. The leaders of Israel turned the house of the Most High into a pagan shrine. They forsook the covenant not just personally, but institutionally. Malachi chapter 2 verse 7 declares, "For the priest's lips should keep knowledge, and they should seek the law at his mouth, for he is the messenger of the Lord of hosts." But the priests had become corrupt. They taught for hire. They judged for reward. They offered polluted sacrifices. The spiritual leadership collapsed under the weight of greed and idolatry. As the priests failed, so did the people. Micah chapter 3 verse 11 says, "The heads thereof judge for reward, and the priests thereof teach for hire, and the prophets thereof divine for money." Righteousness became a hustle. The covenant was no longer sacred. It was monetized. And when Yahushua came, he confronted this directly. He overturned tables. He rebuked Pharisees. He called them blind guides, hypocrites, vipers, and children of hell. These were the same men who wore the garments, held the scrolls, and sat in Moses' seat. But their hearts were far from the Most High. They were experts in appearances, but failures in faith. Today, Christianity has become the polished face of apostasy. It teaches lawlessness in the name of grace. It replaces holy days with holidays. It changes the names of the Father and the Son. It claims to worship the God of Israel but denies his covenant. They say the law is done away with. But Yahushua said in Matthew chapter 5 verse 17, "Think not that I am come to destroy the law or the prophets. I am not come to destroy, but to fulfill." They say salvation is for all. But Yahushua said in Matthew chapter 15 verse 24, "I am not sent but unto the lost sheep of the house of Israel." They preach another gospel, and that gospel is anti-covenant. It is a doctrine of devils, designed to comfort the wicked and pacify the righteous. When Israel forsook the covenant, the Most High stripped them of protection. As prophesied in Deuteronomy chapter 28, curses overtook them. They became slaves, captives, and scattered across the four corners of the earth. Verse 64 says, "And the Lord shall scatter thee among all people, from the one end of the earth even unto the other." And verse 68, "And the Lord shall bring thee into Egypt again with ships." This happened. The transatlantic slave trade, the Arab slave trade, the colonization of Africa, the forced displacement of Israelites from their homeland. It was all the result of forsaking the covenant. Yet, even in captivity, the promise remains. Baruch chapter 2 verse 30 says, "For I knew that they would not hear me, because it is a stiff-necked people. But in the land of their captivities, they shall remember themselves." This remembrance is happening now. Across America, the Caribbean, West Africa, and beyond, Israelites are awakening. They are learning the truth about who they are, who their God is, and what was stolen from them. They are casting off idols, rejecting lies, returning to the covenant. The covenant was not destroyed, it was violated. But the Most High, in his mercy, sent Yahushua to reconcile Israel. Jeremiah chapter 31 verse 33 says, "But this shall be the covenant that I will make with the house of Israel. I will put my law in their inward parts and write it in their hearts." Yahushua didn't bring a new religion. He brought the law into the spirit. He lived it perfectly. And now, through him, Israel has a path back, not to church, but to covenant. Hebrews chapter 8 verse 8 says, "The new covenant is still with Israel and Judah, not the whole world. The terms haven't changed. The law still stands, and the inheritance is still reserved for the children of promise." The time is short. The beast system is rising. The image of the beast is being enforced. The mark is being prepared. The deception is almost complete. To forsake the holy covenant in this hour is to die spiritually and eternally. Ecclesiastes chapter 12, verse 13. Let us hear the conclusion of the whole matter. Fear God, and keep his commandments, for this is the whole duty of man. The covenant is still holy, the commandments are still binding, and the Most High is still calling. Return, O Israel, repent, remember the covenant, walk in the spirit of the law, follow Yahweh, for the time is at hand. Our pleasures and eternal inheritance for momentary gain. The Israelites did not lose their place by accident. They rebelled. They turned away. They sold their birthright for bowls of deception. But now, the call is going forth again. Repent, ye children of Israel. Return to the covenant. Walk in the spirit of the law. Follow Yahweh, for the time is at hand.
All right, let me see. You can go to info@shopwildgoods.com. By Monday, I'll have it on the site anyway. That's at shopwildgoods.com, our e-commerce brand. There.
Chapter 2,
stop by and just see
the rise
store,
of Hellenism and the breaking of the branches. Contextual summary. This chapter explores the prophetic and historical era beginning in 322 BC, when Alexander the Macedonian, an Edomite by blood, initiated the global spread of Hellenism, the cultural, spiritual, and ideological foundation of what would become modern Western civilization. This Greco-Edomite conquest wasn't merely territorial. It was a full-scale war against the covenant of the Most High with the children of Israel. Through detailed study of 1st Maccabees, 2nd Maccabees, Daniel, Zechariah, and Romans, this chapter highlights the apostasy of Israelites under the influence of Hellenistic philosophy, the desecration of the temple under Antiochus Epiphanes, and the transformation of Hebrew faith into a Greco-Roman counterfeit known today as Christianity. A critical lens is applied to Antiochus's universalist decree that all should be one people, and its uncanny resemblance to the foundational doctrines of Christianity. The doctrine of iconoclasm is exposed as not just a destruction of religious artifacts, but a strategic replacement of Israelite holiness with Edomite imagery. The city of Antioch, named after Antiochus, is shown to be both the geographical and ideological birthplace of the term Christian, proving that your identity was rebranded by your enemies. This chapter challenges the reader to awaken from religious captivity and return to the covenant of their forefathers through Yahweh, the true Messiah of Israel. Chapter 2, the rise of Hellenism and the breaking of the branches. And evils were multiplied in the earth. 1st Maccabees 1:9. The year was 302 BC. The ancient world stood at a spiritual crossroads when Alexander the Macedonian, son of Philip, crossed into Persia and swept across the known world like a whirlwind. He did not merely conquer territories, he conquered cultures, minds, and hearts. Because Alexander was a Macedonian, you would think Macedonian culture would be exalted. The weapon of choice was not only the sword, but the seduction of Hellenism, a worldview that glorified man over the Most High, idolized reason over revelation, and sought to assimilate all peoples into a single unified empire of Greek identity and Edomite supremacy. Hellenism, established by Japheth's grandson, Chittim, the culture and dominion over the home of the Macedonians. What unfolded was not simply a political transformation. It was a prophetic breaking of the covenantal structure the Most High established with Israel. The branches of the olive tree, once rich with the oil of righteousness, were broken off through idolatry, apostasy, and collaboration with the enemy. These events were foretold and foreshadowed in the law and the prophets, but fulfilled in blood during the time of the Greco-Roman world. Alexander the Edomite, a fulfillment of Daniel's vision. Alexander is often exalted in worldly history books as a visionary, a military genius, and a pioneer of globalism. Yet from a biblical perspective, he was nothing more than a prophetic beast, a figure spoken of in Daniel 8 where the vision of the he-goat from the west, conquering the ram with two horns, foretold the rapid fall of the Medo-Persian Empire. And the goat waxed very great, and when he was strong, the great horn was broken, and for it came up four notable ones. Daniel 8:8. Alexander, the great horn, died suddenly at the age of 32. His kingdom was divided among four of his generals: Cassander, Lysimachus, Seleucus, and Ptolemy. This was the beginning of the Seleucid Empire, from which emerged Antiochus Epiphanes. The little horn would fulfill the Most High's warning in Leviticus and Deuteronomy, that if Israel rebelled, they would be ruled by beasts and subjected to blasphemous kings. Historical sources and biblical prophecy confirm that Alexander was a European in the modern racial sense, an Edomite by nationality, a descendant of Esau, whose seed of Macedonian royalty from Duke Amalek, his father, Philip's military alliances. This is confirmed by works like the Roman Empire, Empire of the Edomites, which exposes the true origins of the ruling elites who conquered the world under a Greco-Roman banner. The spirit of Hellenism, blending truth with lies. Hellenism was more than a political regime. It was a spiritual contagion. It taught men to worship the human body, to debate the existence of the gods rather than fear the Most High, and to glorify carnal wisdom. It encouraged Israel to forget their Elohim and adopt the customs, language, dress, and religion of the heathen. In those days went there out of Israel wicked men, who persuaded many. 1 Maccabees 1:11. These wicked men were traitors, Israelites who desired the approval of Greeks over the protection of the Most High. They built gymnasiums in Jerusalem, where circumcised Israelites who became uncircumcised by making a covenant with the heathen, worshiping idols, and forsaking the holy covenant, to reverse their covenant mark in the spirit, though it was impossible to do in the flesh. This is how they became Gentiles. Can you hear me now? Also, they sacrificed swine on altars, abandoned the Sabbath, and corrupted the priesthood for political gain. What began with philosophy ended in genocide. The decree of Antiochus Epiphanes, one people, one religion. Then the king wrote to his whole kingdom that all should be one people, and everyone should leave his laws. 1 Maccabees 1:41-42. This declaration by Antiochus is one of the most blasphemous mandates in Scripture. He ordered not only the burning of Torah scrolls and the prohibition of circumcision, but also the universal adoption of Greek worship. Altars to Zeus were erected in Jerusalem. The temple was renamed the Temple of Jupiter Olympius. Swine's flesh was sacrificed on the altar of incense. But this wasn't just about paganism. This was the foundation of religious globalism, the first blueprint of all-inclusive salvation, without laws, without heritage, without separation. It's the exact model Christianity follows today. Let's break this deception down clearly. What Antiochus commanded and what Christianity teaches are nearly identical in spirit. Listen closely. Category 1, spiritual unity. Antiochus said, all should be one people. Christianity says, there is neither Jew nor Greek. From Galatians chapter 3, verse 28. Not one Christian on planet Earth understands this verse. Not one. Israelites of the southern kingdom were called Jews because the kingship tribe of the house of Judah was the tribe of Judah. Benjamin and Levi, the priesthood, also occupied the land of Judea. Please reference the maps of both the United Kingdom of Israel and the divided Kingdom of Israel. Category 2, Law of Moses. Antiochus outlawed the law entirely. Christianity teaches that the law is fulfilled and no longer necessary. Category 3, Sabbath. Antiochus forbade the Sabbath completely. Christianity moved it to Sunday, the day of the sun god. Category 4, Temple worship. Antiochus replaced the temple with abominations. Christianity abolished the temple and spiritualized its meaning. Category 5, Image of God. Antiochus placed Zeus and Jupiter as gods in the temple. Christianity placed white Jesus, Caesare Borgia, as the image of God. Category 6, Messiah's name. Antiochus outlawed the Israelites from calling themselves Jews. Christianity replaced the name of the incorruptible Christ to a corruptible man, Jesus. Category 7, Religious icons. Antiochus commanded the worship of Greek idols. Christianity replaced them with crosses, statues, and saint worship. This is not coincidence. This is continuation. Same spirit, different costume. Iconoclasm, the theft and replacement of holiness. He who changed the glory of the uncorruptible God into an image made like to corruptible man. Romans 1:23. Iconoclasm is often misrepresented as mere destruction of images, but true biblical iconoclasm was the theft and replacement of Israelite holiness with Edomite likeness. In 2 Maccabees 3, we see Heliodorus, a Greek envoy, attempt to seize the treasures of the temple under the guise of taxation. But these treasures were not for kings. They were set apart for widows, orphans, and the righteous remnant. And when he was come to the treasury, there appeared to them a great apparition. 2 young men notable in strength, excellent in beauty, and comely in apparel, who stood by him on either side, and scourged him continually. 2 Maccabees 3:24-26. The Most High defended his temple then, but later, as Israel's sins multiplied, the protection was removed, and the likeness of their images replaced the sacred. The statues of Yahweh were replaced with Zeus-like idols, later repackaged by the Romans into whitewashed Jesus portraits. Antioch, the church, and the hijacking of Israel's name. And the disciples were called Christians first in Antioch. Acts 11:26. The irony is divine. The very city that bore the name of the king who outlawed your laws is the same city where your oppressors gave you a new religious identity, Christian. Did the Israelites ever call themselves Christians? Number, they called themselves the elect, Colossians 3:12. Saints, Psalm 148, verse 14. Children of the covenant, Acts 3:25. Israel, Romans 9:4. So why do you cling to a name that Rome gave you? Why did you trust the name they gave you? When the Greeks and Romans stole your land, your language, and your laws, why did you let them rename your God? They called him Jesus. They told you he was white. They told you his laws were done away with. And you believed them. But Yahweh never told you to forget the law. If you love me, keep my commandments. John 14:15. He came not to create a new religion, but to restore the covenant. His mission was to regraft the broken branches, Israel scattered by Hellenism, hidden among the Gentiles, lost to pagan deception. Romans 11, the broken branches and the wild olive. And if some of the branches be broken off, and thou being a wild olive tree, wert grafted in. Romans 11:17. The breaking of the branches was both literal and spiritual. The Israelites, through disobedience, lost their place in the covenant. But Yahweh came to reconnect the scattered seed, not to include heathen strangers, into the tree. Paul's metaphor in Romans 11 refers to Israelites in dispersion, living as Gentiles through Greek and Roman assimilation. The wild olive tree is still Israel, just estranged, uncircumcised, and unlearned. Yahweh, the law made flesh. Yahweh was born into this world under Roman rule, under the shadow of Edomite impostors like Herod. He kept the law. He taught the law. He magnified the law. Yet the world that rejected him did so, because they had been seduced by Hellenism. He did not walk among philosophers. He rebuked them. He did not teach Greek doctrine. He fulfilled Hebrew prophecy. He was the embodiment of the law, not its abolisher. Christianity, as taught today, is not his doctrine. It is the doctrine of devils, rooted in Greek idol worship, and perfected by Roman supremacy. Conclusion. From Hellenism to Christianity, a warning to Israel. Antiochus's decree lives on. It now wears robes, speaks Greek-laced English, and smiles from pulpits. But it still demands you forsake the law, erase your heritage to return. He calls the broken branches to repentance. Or will you return to the root? The spiritual descendants of those who made covenants with the heathen are still leading the masses astray. But the remnant, those who have not bowed to Baal, are awakening. They are remembering the covenant. They are returning to the law. And they are preparing for the redemption promised only to Israel.
Go ahead and shut it down there, man. Thank you for rolling with me. Thank you for showing love. Like I said earlier, if you want to get the book and get the price list for the books, you can send an email to info@shopwildgoods.com. That's info@shopwildgoods.com. And also just visit the site. Just come through. Pay it a visit. Show me some love. And I would appreciate it. I will be having some I'll be having some lives about gold and silver, as well as about crypto assets, and educating you as much as possible on decentralized wallet. There are some major options for you to get in position. Don't wait. Don't allow this system to change, and you haven't done the proper things to get yourself prepared so that you can continue to build wealth for your family. If you don't leave your family anything, then you've really failed. So shout out to the family, man. Thank you for coming out. Much love, honor, and respect.
Thank you, Brother Ed.
You got it, brother.
Much love, honor. Back at you.
You got it, brother. You got it, brother.
Yes. Yes, it was awesome.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely. Shout out to y'all, man.
Praises to the Most High. I love you, babe.
Indeed, babe.
All
Indeed.
praises. Being a man of study. Just appreciate you so much.
Amen. Love y'all. Shalom.
Much love to you. Yeah.
Get you.
Recording stopped.
Let me show you how to get rid of them. Every morning, do 30 of these, 30 of these, 30 of these. It'll help lean you out, flatten your chest out, make your chest look a little bigger. Check it out. right, racist. Let's slow it down a bit and talk about your.
Should you pay for Google ads or should you invest in SEO? This is a question that I get all the time, and today I actually wanted to show you a breakdown of a client that we're running both for, and so it's a
tribe, which is the tribe of Judah. It doesn't have anything to do with your nationality, your true nationality, except for one tribe. Now, Jacob's fourth son was named Judah. And that's where the descendants got the name from. Do you understand where I'm coming from? It's a difference between the two things, man, so that you can understand. So people saying that they are Jew, and they don't even tell you that they. First of all, it was no J in Hebrew. That's the first thing, okay? But that's not even my point. But they tell you they are Israeli. Don't you understand what a lie is? Don't you know what a 4th of July means? Okay, just forget it. Read. Tribe, which is the tribe of Judah. It doesn't have anything to do with your nationality, your true nationality, except for one tribe. Now, Jacob's fourth son was named Judah. And that's where the descendants got the name from. Do you understand where I'm coming from? It's a difference between the two things, man, so that you can understand. So people saying that they are Jew, and they don't even tell you that they first of all, it was no J in Hebrew. That's the first thing, okay? But that's not even my point. But they tell you they are Israeli. Don't you understand what a lie is? Don't you know what a 4th of July means? Okay, just forget it.
So that their sons after many years.
Tribe, which is the tribe of Judah. It doesn't have anything to do with your nationality, your true nationality, except for one tribe. Now, Jacob's fourth son was named Judah. And that's where the descendants got the name from. You understand where I'm coming from? It's a difference between the two things, man, so that you can understand. So people saying that they are Jew, and they don't even tell you that they first of all, it was no J in Hebrew. That's the first thing, okay? But that's not.